I declare the meeting open and welcome you to the June meeting of Council. The recording of this Council meeting will be available to the public on Council's website for a minimum period of 6 months. In accordance with Council policy, I will now ask Council staff to confirm that the recording has commenced.
Yes, it has, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Sandy. I'd first of all like to acknowledge that we meet today on the land of the Malacca people. Aboriginal people have a deep spiritual connection to both land and our waterways, and they have been looking after these for over 40,000 years in Tasmania. We pay our respects to their customs, their elders past, present and emerging. Welcome everybody that is viewing this at home. Tonight I have in the chambers with me our General Manager, Emilio Reali. And General Manager, would you like to introduce your staff that are with us this evening, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have the Director of Legal and Governance Services, Matthew Grimsey, Director of Infrastructure Services, Len Vesta, Director of Community Services, Rebecca Stevenson, Director of Corporate Services, David Spinks, Director of Environment and Development Services, Luke Chu, and support staff, I have Sandy Rustell, Executive Assistant, and Michael Glazer, our ICT Officer.
Thank you very much. We also have councillors joining us remotely this evening, and I'll announce each councillor one by one, asking them to respond, please. Deputy Mayor Doyle.
Here, Mayor.
Councillor Newell.
Hello.
Councillor Gibson.
Hello there.
Councillor Campbell.
Hello, Mayor.
Councillor Bird.
Yes, Mayor.
Councillor Prince. Councillor Prince? I think you might need to unmute your button. Can you unmute your button? Oh, we might have a problem.
He's there.
I think we're just checking the problem with your microphone, perhaps. All right. All right. Okay, Councillor Prince, we can see you and now we can hear you. Wonderful. Councillor O'May.
Present, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, lovely. We'll now move on to item 2 of the agenda, non-attendance. We have an apology from Councillor Wilson this evening. There are no leave of absence and there is no absent. We now move on to item 3 of the agenda, declarations of interest. Councillors, is there any item on the agenda where you need to declare an interest? Right, I'm hearing silence. So that means I gather there is nil to record there.
Maybe I don't know whether I don't know whether the Signet Caravan Park needs to be listed again for me.
Yes, it's a very good question. You actually have advised us of the conflict in the past. Only you can determine that, Councillor Gibson. What would you like to do?
We'll stick to what we had before. Leave me out of that one.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. We'll give you time to disconnect when that item comes up. The next item is confirmation of minutes. Is someone happy to move the minutes held on the 27th of May 2020?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, Mayor.
All right, lovely. I will take, first of all, moving as Deputy Mayor Doyle. And I heard the second voice was Councillor Gibson. So I'll take that as a second. And I'll put the motion and would ask each councillor to state whether they are for or against the motion. I will be calling out your name so you can respond whether you are for or against. Deputy Mayor Doyle.
For.
Councillor Newell.
For.
Councillor Gibson.
For.
Councillor Campbell.
For.
Councillor Prince.
For.
Councillor Bird.
For.
Councillor O'May.
For.
And the Mayor is for. That's all present and the motion is carried. Thank you. Item 5, we now move on to legislative items, and I will ask the General Manager to actually introduce those items for us. Thank you. There is no voting required on this particular item of the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. Under legislative items, I do have some Code of Conduct determination reports. On the 12th of June, I received a Code of Conduct panel determination report made under the Local Government Act. This is in relation to a complaint made by Mr Jeffrey Swan against Councillor Michael Newell. It was lodged on the 18th of December 2019. And also on the same day, on the 12th of June, I also received a Code of Conduct panel determination report made under the Act in relation to a complaint made by Mr Jeffrey Swan against Councillor Michael Newell, lodged on the 4th of March 2020. So I tabled those reports, Mayor.
Thank you.
I also, on the 12th of June, I received a Code of Conduct panel determination report made pursuant to section 28Z of the Act. And this was in relation to a complaint made by Mr Jeffrey Swan against Councillor Mike Wilson, and this was lodged on the 7th of February 2020. And the determination reports are all tabled as per the section of the Act that requires them to be tabled, and they are included as attachments to the agenda, Mayor.
Yep, thank you very much. We now move on to item 6. I believe there are no urgent matters.
No, Mayor.
And number 7, announcements. Councillors, do you have any announcements to make? I'm hearing silence, so we'll keep moving on. Thank you. We now move on to item 8, which is public participation time, where questions can be answered. The question and answer will be recorded at tonight's meeting. Where questions cannot be answered, the question will be taken on notice and answered at the July council meeting. Question time is limited to 15 minutes, and I will be asking our officer, Sandy, to keep an eye on the time. So it's unlikely that I will be able to respond to all questions tonight, but we will certainly give it our best try. Public questions were received up to 12 noon today, and all questions and answers have been uploaded to Council's meeting page for public viewing prior to the Council meeting start time for this evening. And thank you, Sandy, for doing that. We now move on to 8.1.1, and there are no answers to previous questions taken on notice.
No, Mayor.
And questions on notice. I'll just start first of all. We received 2 questions.
Sorry, without notice, Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. All right. So now we'll move on to questions on notice, which is 8.1.2. The first one that I'm looking at here, there were 2, you could say 2 questions from Chris Ford, and they were directed directly to me. Chris, unfortunately, due to my own workload this week, I have been unable to answer those questions that you have provided. Because they are quite extensive for me to respond to, but I really do look forward to answering them. I thought they were very good questions. And they will be, as I said, you will be responded to in the July meeting for that one. So we can now move on to, I'll try and work my way through some of these questions. So we have one from Cassie Foe. Question 1 is, in view of the recent media release regarding Project X, I would like Councillor Mike Wilson to declare his conflict of interest in regard to any material coming before Council with respect to this project. Both as project manager for a development and conflict of interest, being privy to commercial and confidence material, and being in a position of clear commercial advantage, being project manager for an accommodation facility with clear designs for tourism. He has also shown a clear bias and unfavourable view towards Project X receiving funding, as he stated he believed the money would have been better spent on infrastructure like Ida Bay Railway, as stated in a Huon FM radio interview as developer Mike Wilson mid last year. And the answer, Cassie, to that is whether or not a councillor has an interest in an item before the council for a decision is a matter for the individual councillor at the time the matter is brought before the council, as provided within Part 5 of the Local Government Act 1993. Thank you. Thank you for your question. We now move on to an Archie Donnelly. There's 2 questions here. They are very brief questions, so I will read out the first one. How many expressions of interest were received for the sale of the Signet Medical Centre, and which one was recommended to the council? And the answer is this information was considered in closed council pursuant to regulations 15.2b, C, I and F of the Local Government Meeting Procedures Regulation 2015, and council has not released the information as it may prejudice council's future competitive position. The next question is from Robert Durand. Question 1. Is it possible for the Huon Valley Council to describe the method the lessee of the Signet Caravan Park will use to demonstrate reduction in business compared to the year before the bushfires 2017-2018 financial year? For example, the ATO JobKeeper applies a turnover-based assessment, and the answer is the lessee will need to demonstrate the reduced business through the provision of certified financial statements. Thank you for that question, Robert. We will now go on to, might try another short one first. Okay, Dr. Liz Smith, question 1. There appears to be a major focus on the Huon Valley brand. Despite its previous lack of success, and 2 of its pillars are live and invest in order to attract new residents. So how is this consistent with the continuing higher rates for commercial and industrial land than residential land, and how much of council rates revenue is raised from commercial and industrial land? And the answer is there is no link between the Huon Valley brand and council's rating policy. Council introduced different general rates for the 2015-16 financial year for the commercial and industrial classes of land. In that year, council changed its rating policy to determine rates based upon the capital value of land instead of the assessed annual value, which it had been using. The Local Government Act 1993 allows councils to use assessed annual value, capital value or land value in determining rates. This change in policy would have caused a substantial change in the rate burden from the commercial and industrial sectors to the residential sector, and so council introduced a different, higher general rate for the commercial and industrial classes of property to mitigate this shift. In 2021, council expects to raise 5.4% of general rate revenue from commercial properties and 2% from industrial properties. Thank you for that question. We now go on to Ailet Anush. Question 1. Can you advise what rent was paid for the property last year and what will be the rent for the 12 months under the new arrangements, and does this sum cover taxpayer expenses such as rent of Crown land? Now this relates to the caravan park at Signet. The answer is information on what a business pays in lease cost is confidential and council is not able to disclose this information. This is a matter for the Crown and the lessee to disclose if they wish. As per agenda item 19.016/20, the lessee is responsible for all of the costs incurred in the operations of the site, including the Crown land lease payments. These costs are not subsidised by council's rate payers. And thank you for that question. How are we going for time, Sandy? Lovely. All right. I'll go back to Archie Donnelly's question. Next question. What was the valuation the council received for the Signet Medical Centre? Who gave it and when was it given? Was there an update to this initial valuation, and what was this? Who gave it and when was it given? And the answer is that this information was considered in closed council pursuant to regulations 15.2b, CI and F of the Local Government Meeting Procedures Regulations 2015. and Council has not released the information as it may prejudice Council's future competitive position? And thank you for both of those questions, Archie. The next question I have is again, it's from Robert Durand. If the current lessee is confident of making a profit over the next 24 months, why is the council hesitant to assume running the caravan park? If council operated the caravan park, the only portion of the business offering any competitive advantage would be rent on the smaller portion of 2,370 square metres. Council could pay the rent into a community fund and surely still operate at least at cost neutral. And the answer we have, Robert, is Council have not considered a recommendation to assume running the caravan park. There is a requirement for Council to comply with the federal government's national competition policy and apply competitive neutrality principles. The Tasmanian guidelines defines public camping as a business activity of the Council. However, if the caravan park is run totally at arm's length from Council, it will not be considered an activity of the Council. To comply with competitive neutrality principles, a Council-managed caravan park would have to apply fees and charges necessary to cover all costs of operation of the site, including management and oversight, site staff costs, maintenance and cleaning, power, water and sewage, rubbish removal, Crown land lease, accounting, tax equivalents and other costs normally incurred by a business. The Council cannot cover these costs or provide those services funded from the general rate when in competition with other businesses. This would need to be considered by Council when considering the lease arrangements of the caravan park. Thank you. Sandy, how much time do I have left?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, thank you. I would like to then go to Alet Anush. Second question. What coronavirus safety protocols have been in place at the Cygnet Caravan Park, especially in relation to the shared kitchen and ablutions block? And the answer is COVID-19 safety plans are now mandatory. However, this is a matter for the caravan park operator to consider as the lessee. I'll have one final one to read out here. I may just break the 15 mark just slightly. Jerry White has one question here. His question is quick, but I'm afraid our response is not, so just bear with me. His question is, please could you advise who were the members of the Council's Climate Change Strategy Consultative Group, why, how they were selected, and what part they played in the development of the strategy? Were either Councillor Gibson or Councillor Prince part of the consultative group? And the answer is, with regards to who the members are, a commitment was made to the consultative group members that their names will not be made public. The nature of the membership of the consultative group is as representing themselves, rather being a public conduit or contact point to groups or individuals in the broader community. This approach is consistent with deliberative democracy methods. Engagement with the consultative group is an additional consultation phase to consider personal aspects of the impacts of climate change and possible adaptation pathways. For these reasons, it was deemed inappropriate for Council to share the personal details of the members participating in this part of the engagement. With regards to how the members were selected, this was in accordance with the Climate Change Consultative Group terms of reference. And selection of membership consultative group, the selection process for the members of the consultative group will be as follows. First dot point, key sectors of the community affected by climate change will be identified using available statistics and service providers. Second dot point, potential members or groups containing potential members that represent key sectors will be identified in consultation with key sector touch points. Third dot point, potential members or groups containing potential members will be approached. Fourth dot point, ability to commit to a deliberation process will be considered in selecting the members. And the next dot point is potential members must demonstrate that they will be impartial and not be representative of special interest or political groups. And the last one dot point is suitable and willing potential members will be identified, shortlisted and recommendations made to the project team. With regard to what part they played in the development of the strategy, the group provided valuable input around the impacts of climate change and concerns they held, as well as reviewed a draft A mitigation plan, which leads to positive improvements in the way elements of the document was presented and communicated. The group will continue to be engaged throughout the development of the Part B adaptation plan, which is acknowledged as a key area for the group to contribute to. With regards to councillor representation on the group, this was transferred from Councillor Gibson to Councillor Prince by agreement between the councillors. Councillor Prince chaired the face-to-face meeting, and there was only one face-to-face meeting due to the COVID-19 situation, and was included in all correspondence to the members relating to the development of the Part A mitigation plan. And thank you, Jerry, for your question. Any unanswered questions, as I pointed out earlier on, they are all on the Council's website on Council's meeting page under today's date. And thank you very much for your questions. I believe there are no questions, so there are no questions without notice, and there are no deputation addresses to council.
No, ma'am.
There are no petitions.
No, ma'am.
Lovely. We now move on to item 10, general reports. General Manager, would you like to speak to your report?
Thank you, ma'am. So I'll just go through the highlights, and I'll start with the Huon Valley Health and Wellbeing Project. This project has produced ongoing e-news engagement with Huon Valley service providers, commenced transition from Health Connect to Huon Valley Business and Community Directory, continued ongoing support of the Right Place program, planning an online Huon Valley Service Providers Network meeting with COVID-19 topics, and they include NBN issues and gender issues, and meeting with Professor Judy Walker in relation to the Central Coast Connecting Care program to have a look at how that works. Under Arts and Culture, we hosted the Huon Valley Arts Network online meeting and professional development opportunity. This was connecting communities through creativity, ongoing development of the mobile exhibition space known as Artbox, that's progressing well, and provided support to Artlier, which is a community arts network, to host a workshop in the Huon Valley. Under recreation services, we're working with sporting clubs to develop COVID-19 safety plans and return to play guide. So we've been assisting a lot of clubs get those in place and working out the requirements for their club rooms, which may have changed again just recently, given today's announcement. Developing and implementing COVID-19 safety plans for all council recreational facilities. That's been ongoing for a little while. And the Huonville Tennis Court has opened for public use. This was actually a grant that we received from the federal government, and was put to good use for a very well-used recreational facility already. Under emergency management, we have staff who attend weekly COVID-19 recovery working group meetings and the fortnightly Southern Regional Emergency Management Committee meetings. They bring back valuable information about what's happening on a regional basis, and we attend the Southern Regional Social Recovery Committee meetings. So that's attended by members of our recovery team, our own local recovery team. Under infrastructure services, there's a number of maintenance activities that we've been rolling out, but I would like to point out two of the main capital works projects. Arve Road, the upgrade in Geeveston. This is progressing well. We will be finished by the end of the month, except for the final top seal, which will hold off until the weather improves. So it'll probably be a bit later in the year once the temperature rises, because we can't actually do the reseal on the cold asphalt. But we've recently installed 240 metres of curb and channel and approximately 400 metres of road renewal, which has been prepped and boxed and will be asphalted in the short term until we get to that reseal. And we've also replaced about 110 metres of rural fencing. The Huonville Stormwater Project, that's progressed really well and got tested, its capacity got tested in the last few days, because it has actually been flowing quite strongly, but the upper Skinners Creek, the piped area, which totaled 1,082 metres, so just over a kilometre of pipe has been laid, and the open drain, which has also been completed, totals 1,515 metres of drain and associated works and bunds. And now there's a number of footbridges that have been installed and walkways that are being finalised, and we expect completion to be in about 2 to 3 weeks, weather depending, for the final opening there. And that's pretty much the highlights.
Good. Thank you for sharing that with us. Excellent. Good news. I would normally speak to the Mayor's activities report, but I'm very conscious that we have a very big agenda today, so I will bypass that. All the information's there. Arts and Culture Committee minutes, the 27th of May. I acted as chair on that committee for that meeting. It was the first meeting with lots of new members, and where pretty much everybody exchanged, you know, who they are, what they've done, and what led them to nominating to go onto this wonderful committee. And I have to say, what a bevy of talent is actually on that committee. So, and of course, Councillor Campbell has successfully secured the position of chair on that committee, and I know you will thoroughly enjoy your time on that committee with those people, Councillor Campbell. So, did you have anything else you might want to add, Beck?
No, thanks.
No, thank you. Thank you, Director. All right, so I believe we have the reports to table this evening from Councillor Bird and Deputy Mayor Doyle. So just first of all, Deputy Mayor Doyle, would you like to speak to your activities at all?
No, Mayor, I'm conscious of the time as well, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bird, what about you?
I haven't got mine in front of me, sorry, Beck.
Sure, but okay, that's fine, but we'll have them tabled for you. Are there any other councillors tabling their activity reports this evening? No? All right. Thank you very much. We'll have that recorded. So is someone happy to move a motion that the general reports and minutes for the period 1 to 31 May be received and noted? Someone to move?
Councillor Bird.
A seconder, please.
Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. And I'll now ask, call out one by one each councillor's name, just for you to say either you are for or against the motion. Deputy Mayor Doyle.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Newell.
For.
Councillor Gibson.
For.
Councillor Campbell.
For.
Councillor Prince.
For.
Councillor Bird.
For.
Councillor O'May. Oh, was he? Oh, sorry, thank you. And the Mayor says for, so that's all councillors present and the motion is carried. Thank you. We now move on to item 11 of the agenda, which is council workshops, and I'll just hand over to the General Manager to provide a brief overview of those.
Thank you, Mayor. On the 2nd of June, we had a workshop about the brand and tourism matters. We had our Manager of Economic Development provide a presentation and also provided a bit of a follow-up for queries for clarification. We also had the draft climate change strategy presented. Our Director of Environment Development and our Manager of Environmental Services provide an overview of that draft, which is in tonight's agenda, part A of the mitigation strategy. On the 9th of June, we had a community infrastructure draft priority projects. So this is determining a list of projects to put forward for the federal government's community infrastructure funding, which is equal to our Roads to Recovery funding. So that list was compiled and has been, I believe, sent to the relevant areas. And we also talked about the funding impacts we've had on our childcare centres, given the freeze we've had on the government subsidies and the requirement for council to provide free childcare during the COVID-19 period. And it was the workshops now.
Thank you. Next is item 12, councillor questions. There are no questions on notice. And are there any questions without notice?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, councillor Campbell.
Through you, Mayor, to the General Manager. The current community plan was undertaken in 2010 to update the community input. It was an important reference point for the Huon Valley Council's strategic plan. The development of this plan is underpinned by the comprehensive engagement in forming the community's plan development, an engagement which was undertaken in 2010 to update the community input. The strategic management framework is a tool to enable us to ensure that all the actions undertaken in council work towards achieving the strategic outcome. Over the 10-year period for this strategy, trend changes or shocks will dictate that while each of the strategic objectives or sectors within the profile are important, the balance of focus and effort between them will shift. Due to the ongoing impacts of the bushfires of 2019 and the unprecedented impacts of COVID-19 on the Huon Valley, will require council to address the trend changes or shocks that will dictate the strategic objectives. The balance of focus and effort between them will shift. This approach reinforces council's commitment to engagement and partnership with the community as a means of jointly achieving the strategic objectives. My question to you, General Manager, in light of the trends or shocks of COVID-19 and the unprecedented impacts on the Huon Valley Community Plan and Strategic Plan, will you commit to including a review of the strategic and operational plans in the 2021 annual plan and seek expressions of interest from relevant consultants beginning in the first half of the financial year to inform council of its strategic direction? Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, councillor Campbell, for the question.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, a lot of relevant points councillor Campbell raised, particularly with the impacts the council has had to endure during or through the bushfires and now COVID-19. The community plan was to expire and to be renewed this year in 2020, and the community plan is not a mandatory document like the strategic plan. However, it is an important underpinning document. Council agreed to defer it for a year whilst we've got a tight budget situation coming up. So I am happy to commit to including it in our annual plan for next year to plan towards getting a new community vision and strategic plan ready for the next following year. However, I probably would suggest it be left till later in the financial year so that information is still more current and relevant, ready to go into that financial year, if that is okay with Councillor Campbell.
Can I just clarify with you, General Manager? We've actually deferred the community plan from 2020, I believe. So if we're preparing for a new community plan, or certainly a strategic plan, are you suggesting that it goes into the budget for 21-22?
Yes,
is that
that's correct, Councillor Campbell.
So is there an opportunity for us to start the process of working towards that prior to the budget in the early part of 21?
Yes, Councillor Campbell, we could start to plan for it and to set down what is required, how we go about engagement. So we could have a plan in place ready to go once we enter the new financial year, providing a budget is actually set aside and agreed by council, or approved by council for that financial year. To clarify, I guess I'm saying we could do the preparation work ready to hit the ground running when a budget is approved in the following year.
Thank you, General Manager. I just think it's a very crucial document for councillors, current councillors, to work with the impacts, and certainly I need that strategic direction because I feel at the moment, it's such an unknown quantity, and it's probably not a bad time to consider putting money into the budget for that, because it will be a very changed landscape. So I'd really appreciate the effort on that. Thank you, General Manager.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. We will ensure we have an action in our annual plan. Thank you.
All right, thank you. 13, there are no notices of motion.
No, ma'am.
Right, we now get on to our first report for this evening, which is the Huon Valley Brand Marketing Strategy 2020-21. Agenda number 15.008/20. And do we have a councillor to move a motion?
Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Councillor Gibson. A seconder, please.
Well, I would like to move an alternative motion, if that's all right.
All right, would you like to read that alternative motion out, please?
Yes, I would. So the motion would read, sorry, just 1 second. Point A, there would be no change. Point B, as is, but added at the end of that, we continue to clarify the strategy for planning purposes and to respond to the changing situation.
Sorry, can I think it might be good for the people at home
To read the whole thing?
if you read the whole change. And
I can do that.
Could you just bear with me for one moment, please, Councillor Gibson?
I don't know whether it's possible to put it up on the screen. I don't know how to do that.
Just going to try and share the document. You're going to try and share the document, are you, Councillor Gibson?
I've never done it.
This might not be a good idea, that we might lose you.
Okay, I won't. I'll just read it out.
All right, thank you. The alternative motion, yes, if you could read that out.
It's quite simple. A, the report on the Huon Valley Strategic Brand and Marketing Plan be received and noted. B, the Huon Valley Strategic Brand and Marketing Plan be approved for implementation, subject to approval of the 2020-21 budget as proposed. We continue to clarify the strategy for planning purposes and to respond to the changing situation. And then there is C, bi-monthly reports are brought to Council detailing plans for budget expenditure. These reports will also outline how effectively the strategy is working to date. And then there is a point D. Oh no, that's it. Sorry. C and D were combined.
I'll just find out whether our staff need you to read any of those points out again, or whether, did you want them emailed? Email. Councillor Gibson, are you able to email that document to the Director of Governance and to Sandy Rustell, please?
Yes.
So that they actually have exactly what you have read out.
Just 1 second.
That would certainly help them and certainly help me if I need to confirm it at the end.
I'm sorry, there was actually a point D, which was a plan for expenditure of the COVID-19 recovery budget be brought to Council, taking into account the impacts of COVID-19 and to meet the precise needs of our community in post-COVID-19 recession. So I'll add that in just 1 second.
Okay.
You'd like me to send it to?
Yeah. If you could send that to Matthew, the Director of Governance, please, and Sandy Rustell, to both of them, that would be great. How are we going? Oh, Councillor Prince has just left the room.
Sorry.
Yeah. Three mothers in the room. And so that's been sent now, Councillor Gibson, and you've got it. Lovely, it's been received at this end. Thank you very much. All right. Is there a seconder for that motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Right, so Councillor Gibson, would you like to speak to this alternative motion, please?
Yes. I think there's just a whole lot of unknowns that I would like to really clarify and tidy up as we move forward. I think it's really important to get started on this and get going. I think that the brand has immense potential and I support it. But I think we need some clarification of the values and the goals. I think we need to be careful with the balance of where the support goes into different areas. Should it be towards tourism or increasing our population or increasing businesses or selling produce? I think it would be useful to dig down into some facts and figures and future projections so that we know where our money is going to be best spent. There's the unfolding effects of COVID-19 over the year that we really don't know, and so I think that has to be look at a couple of different scenarios regarding where that is. There's also the issue of where the greatest need is in the community and how we can best address that. Just as an example, the loss of casual work for young people, I think, is an area that really needs to be addressed. And in light of what Councillor Campbell was talking about, without an up-to-date community plan, with everything so changed, I think it's important to gauge the priorities of the people of the Huon Valley. And overall, I think that the document itself would be very beneficial for it to be clarified more, because I'm a firm believer that a really good plan actually saves money and makes a much clearer direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll now ask each councillor to make a comment or ask a question. I will call out your name, and I have ensured that with each report there is a bit of a rotation that occurs, so a different sequence of when you get to respond. So first up is Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to say from the outset that I can see there's been an enormous amount of work and a huge commitment put into the brand, and I don't disrespect the work of the staff on that. I have to say though that when the brand workshop was presented back in April 19 and endorsed at the 17th of April 19 council meeting, I feel quite confused about the intention of the brand criteria and the fact that the implementation plan 2019 to 2022 is a plan that seems to be, well, this is one thing I'm not sure about, whether it actually has changed the strategic plan. And for that reason, I feel I need more information in making my decision for a community at this point in time where I feel the money will be best spent. And I think that's such an unknown at the moment for me, and I don't feel I can take that responsibility on until I have more information. My other concern is that when we decided to allocate the 260,000 from the savings at the budget workshop, I thought that was going to be more dedicated to community-led programs, and I'm just not sure how the 100,000 now going to, the marketing of the brand is actually, I can't see how I can agree to spending money at this point in time. I think it's a lot of community money, and I would feel that I can't accept that we spend that without actually having a good discussion with the staff. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Councillor Prince.
Yeah, look, I'm a little bit late to the game, as it were, on this, because I believe I missed the last workshop on this one. So I've been trying to play a little bit of catch up over the last sort of week or two on the brand. Perhaps just for some clarity, so I fully understand, is it possible through you, Mayor, to the General Manager, if I might get just a little quick sort of 2-second rehash on the intent of this?
Yeah, Mayor.
Yeah, the response is yes.
Not sure I understand the question.
Like a brief overview of the intention of the actual marketing plan with the associated budget. It's probably, hopefully there's a summary paragraph there.
Yeah.
Probably emailed earlier, actually. If you just bear with me for a sec. So the intention of the brand, the strategy in its newest form, is to, I guess, bring it to a more even balance across all industries. You'll see that it's has 4 pillars, and the live, the product, and place, and people, just to put it in the simple terms. And it's to actually try and spread a marketing campaign against all of those things. So to make the Huon Valley a nice place to live, encourage people here. The produce that we're already well known for, build upon that, and try and encourage people to come and visit. So the marketing plan is built to try and entice people based on all of the pillars, and I guess there is on page 24 in the attachments, or page 24 of 31 in the stamped area, there is a bit of a breakdown where it talks about website, the hosting of it, the campaigns that will be run, and they're through the COVID-19 recovery campaign, social media, blogs and stories. And that's the largest portion. There's 138,500 actually allocated to that, but that breaks down further into a number of other methods of reaching out, but I guess they're the main mediums that would be used. We're also looking at content generation, like video development, photography, public relations, maps and signage, workshop and events. There's also storytelling, promotion of products, using our own website to sell some artisan products to get things up and running, and then basically those products will, there'll be links directly to the artisan's website so that people can buy directly through them. So there's a whole range of elements that will be coming together to promote the brand. Now, there will be a need for a number of reviews along the way, because there is some uncertainty out there. And as we recover from the COVID-19 situation and tourism starts to come back, there might be some private operators that are doing some great things that we might be able to leverage off. So it's not necessarily all up to council, and it might be that we may not need to spend all of this money if that's the case. So that's, I guess, a very quick overview of what's being proposed here tonight.
Excellent. Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
No worries.
Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I just trying to figure out how to word this through you, Mayor, to the GM with Councillor Gibson's motion, amended motion recommendation. What are the implications for you guys? Is that another month before starting? Like, what does it hold things up? Like, what does that look like for you guys?
Through you, Mayor, I guess it does put some extra layers of reporting requirements in place. It does require some more work to be done reporting-wise. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, so
I'd like to hand over to Director of Legal and Governance.
Yes, thank you, General Manager. So the reporting, there's been a commitment in relation to the provision of bi-monthly reporting on the program. Certainly that's acknowledged to take into account the matters that Councillor Gibson's indicated in paragraph C of the motion, that will give some indicators of how the program's being implemented, the reach it's receiving, and also things which might be changing and become considerations. The review process, as the General Manager said, will be ongoing. Exactly how that is intended in this motion isn't necessarily clear, but it probably fits within what we'll be doing anyway throughout the process. I don't quite understand paragraph D and how that fits in with the report which is coming later on the community recovery package side of things. So I'm not exactly sure what that means. From the economic development perspective, there is a lot of liaison which is going to occur with the I can't think of the actual name of it, economic network meetings, which will be established under the later report, as well as our direct liaison as officers with industry and stakeholder groups, which are mentioned in the attachment. So that one just is a little bit unclear to me.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's where I'm a little bit unclear too. Paul, is it significantly different then from what is already happening?
I see. There was $100,000 there that was the brand was well in train before COVID-19 hit, and this is a sort of an extra thing. I just actually help the people who need it most.
I didn't hear that properly. I actually didn't hear you properly.
Have a look at that, and didn't you?
No, Paul, sorry.
Yeah, Mike, can you hear me now or not?
Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
As I was saying, we allocated $100,000 towards COVID-19 to make sure, and as I said, I was in train well before COVID-19. So this is a separate amount of money that is specifically, I just want to be sure that that actually helps the people who need it most.
Okay, Councillor Gibson, we might have to ask you to turn your camera off so you have more bandwidth where you are. You are breaking up at times. Thank you. Thanks very much for that. Councillor Bird, you've heard that response?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Doyle?
Yes, Mayor. I'm thinking that none of us are going to know what is ahead. We can't, it's crystal ball. I mean, we know, and Paul stresses on the fact of unemployment, and I know that, and the tourism industry, especially the casuals, that's been hit really hard. I just think that the money's there. I'm happy to go along and look at the reports and hopefully, you know, keep an idea of, you know, a bit of a tab on what's happening there. But really, I can't see, Paul, how we can state what's going to be happening towards the latter part of the year. So I think we just, if it's no good reacting now to something that we don't know what's happening. As long as the money is there, we keep an eye on how it's spent. I'm happy with the way it is. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Doyle. Councillor Newell?
Yeah, Mayor, look, I'm absolutely against the change of motion. I think that the brand's been set up by our staff. I believe we've workshopped it. We've gone into it. We know how it works. It is an amazing product, and I think our staff should be absolutely patted on the back for producing it. There comes a time when, as a councillor, you need to trust your trained staff. $100,000 in the big scheme for advertising is well and truly needed. If we want to create jobs, we need to get people down to the Huon Valley, and the only way to do that is to get the brand up and running now, and to get the people back in the shops, back in the accommodation places. I mean, we can sit around and workshop this time and time again and nitpick about $1 here and $1 there, but the fact is, it's there in front of us. It's ready to go. It's a brilliant professional product, and let's get behind it and get it going.
Thank you, Councillor Newell. Councillor Gibson has a question, I believe, or and it will need to be a question, Councillor Gibson.
I'll leave it to the end, sorry.
All right, okay, that's fine, that's okay. Look, yeah, I have some comments just to make as well, just from listening to the discussion, as so very much focused.
May too, don't forget.
Oh, Councillor O'May, I do apologise. I had a tick over you and you haven't responded. Thank you, Councillor Newell. Councillor O'May.
Yes, Mayor, thank you for the opportunity. I personally believe that our staff's done an amazing job at the workshops we've been to. I think we should be giving them some encouragement here to get on with the job. I disagree with any change to our ideas that we've got or the staff's got here, and with the closure of the visitor information centres, I believe that it's a very good opportunity to pick up some slack here and really promote the Huon Valley, to get some bums on seats down here and get people encouraged to visit, live or work in the valley. So congratulations to staff. Let's get on with the job, and you know, I look forward to seeing it getting up and done. But I do also agree with some of Councillor Campbell's comments in regards to we've got to monitor this thing. I'd like regular reports. I'd like to see how it's going so that we as councillors can add any input and more encouragement or ideas to go with this brand along the way. So yeah, let's just get on with it for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor O'May. Councillor Campbell, you have a question?
Yes, a question to Councillor Newell and Councillor O'May. One thing I'd like to ask is that given that we closed the visitor centres and it has caused a lot of angst and upset for people, I believe that engaging with the community is the best way we can restore faith as councillors. I think to actually go on doing something without that engagement first and explaining, you know, I mean, they understand they actually don't understand why we closed it, but we've left them high and dry. So we've actually got people now who are having to, stand up for their own businesses. I just feel I'd like to ask you both, are we speaking on behalf of ourselves, or are we actually speaking on behalf of the community? Thank you.
Can I respond to that, Mayor?
Yes, you've been asked to respond, so we'll go to Councillor O'May first, since he spoke first.
Yes, Councillor Campbell, I can understand your concerns here, and yes, we are under the spotlight. But I believe if we drag this out much longer, we're going round in circles. The only way we can prove ourselves that we've made a correct decision here with the visitor centres is to progress with this brand in my view. But we've also got to remember that this brand is it's going to pick up the information that the tourist information centres were promoting in the spotlight, but it's also going to promote the valley in other aspects, i.e. our business, our lifestyle, our housing, many other aspects of the community will be in this brand. So I understand your concern as people have been asking a lot of questions in regard to the tourist information centres, but I think if with the brand and the workshops that we've sat with council, I think they're doing an amazing job, and we should promote this and encourage them to get on with it, and it's up to us to guide them to pick up from where the tourist information centres have left off, and spotlight's on us to make sure that happens.
Thank you. Councillor Newell?
Councillor Campbell, I'm well and truly speaking as far as I'm concerned, for the well-being of the whole community. I've had a few people talk to me about the closing of the visitor information centres, and when I go into detail and explain to them how the brand's going to work, they're really encouraged and looking forward to it. I've had no negative comments about the brand. I mean, I think 12 months ago we were being slammed for wasting council money on Visitors Information Centre by a band of people. Now we seem to be getting slammed for closing them. I think we're doing the right thing by all the community, and that's who I was elected to represent. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Newell. So yes, me, right. Just summarising some of the discussion that I've heard this evening. Relating to the budget, it appears majority of councillors are very comfortable with the budget. They're very comfortable with the way it's been presented. There's the only concerns really see about the budget is actually the return on the investment, and that's that component of monitoring really, and what that looks like monitoring. In regards to the plan, there seems to be a mixture of absolutely happy with the marketing plan as it is, and then there are others which would like to see revisions, and the General Manager has already said that there will be revisions at times because of the climate we're in. And then there was the discussion about bi-monthly reports, and Matthew, the Director of Governance, has confirmed that bi-monthly reports will be provided to the councillors. I think where there is perhaps information which is not to hand is exactly what will be contained in those bi-monthly reports. And so I had some thoughts as well. I mean, I have a good understanding now of what types of marketing activities will be funded in the next 12 months in what, as we all agree, is a very changing environment. The new Huon Valley website, which was funded from this current year's budget, is already proving to be great feedback about that. It's a lovely piece of work and it's easy to navigate. I'm comfortable with the amount of $205,704 allocated to the 2021 budget. knowing that 140,600 of that is a one-off spend. And I think that's important to note as well. I'm comfortable that 100,000 of this amount is related to a business-led program for COVID-19 recovery. Where I am keen to be, and this is where I actually do support, I think it's item B of the amended motion, is where Councillor Gibson is absolutely in support of getting things going by actually approving the marketing plan tonight. However, he does, I think, mention something about reviews or reviewing it or on those lines. They're probably not the exact words that he used, but that's pretty much more or less it. Because I do have some concerns about the language that's used throughout the document. We're a 2610 council, which means that someone of the age of 12 should be able to pick up our documents and be able to give them try to have a good understanding of where we're going to with certain things. And certainly there's good evidence of those reports like that on tonight's agenda. I cite the financial one for 2021. I mean, finance can be incredibly complicated and technical. However, that document, I believe anybody could pick up and read. So I am in support of reviews, and actually the language being one of them. And so in its current form, I feel there's a bit of disconnect between the actual, on page 6 of the plan, you'll notice there's a column marked personality, and on page 7, there's a column marked voice and language. And those two, the wording in those columns really, I believe, does really represent our community, our businesses, our area, so people and place. But there's a sort of a disconnect between the language that's in those columns versus the actual marketing plan. And so I'm in favour of committing to reviews and improvements so that it is really easy understandable. So the budget I'm fine with. The plan, I like the idea of some reviews in there. The reporting is important. And there are items, for example, we don't know what, normally when you do a project, for example, and certainly one that you're funding of this magnitude, you'd have an evaluation framework. That would be so that you can actually measure against how you're performing. And I know that that's something that our council staff would have on their list to do, but it's not something that we've had the ability to workshop about. And so I suppose I look forward to those opportunities in future. If this marketing plan gets approved tonight, I look forward to those opportunities of reviewing the document and also talking about evaluation frameworks, etc., so that we know that we're getting the return on investment, and the decision to close the visitor information centres, which is being talked about tonight, is clearly the right decision that we made. So that's enough from me. I'll now ask Councillor Gibson to close, please.
Thank you. So I just wanted to clarify that this amended motion is not aiming to stop or slow the process at all. The process and clarify for the community what the brand's all about, and bring the community along with that. I can't. The sound's really bad here. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, he's got a bad reception his end.
We can hear.
We can hear you very clearly.
I don't.
I think he's cutting out there.
Is he? Oh.
There's something really wrong with the sound. I don't know what it is.
Well, we can hear you. Paul, I can hear you.
Should we try dialing back in?
Just comment.
He has problems at his end. Clearly.
Yeah, joins us. Letting him know.
We're just disconnecting from Councillor Gibson and we will bring him, dial him back in.
Hello.
Hello.
Can anybody?
Yes.
Oh, that's
hear
a bit
you
better.
clearly?
Yeah, sorry, I just couldn't hear a thing. So I'll start again. I was just saying that the amended motion doesn't aim to stop or slow the process at all. It seeks to clarify for the community and for the brand itself. Yes, I really think we need to get on with it. There's no question that we need advertising. We've been saying that for so. The quality of the website. The question is exactly how the marketing goes forward, and you know, bringing the community along, making sure it's a clear and well-structured marketing campaign.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Gibson. All right, so I'll put the motion and we'll ask each councillor to state whether they are for or against the motion. Deputy Mayor Doyle.
Just to clarify, this is for Paul's motion amended?
Yes, that is correct.
I'm against.
Councillor Newell.
I'm against the motion, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
I'm for, Mayor.
Yes, of course you are, but I have to ask the question. Councillor Campbell.
Oh, Mayor.
Councillor Prince.
Against, Mayor.
Councillor Bird.
Against, Mayor.
Councillor O'May.
It's a no for me, Mayor.
Okay, lovely. And it's a 4 from the Mayor, and that's 3 for, and that is 5 against. So the motion is lost. And now we go back to the original motion that's in front of us. So everybody knows that recommendation. I don't need to read it out. You've all got it. So do we have a councillor to move a motion?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Newell. A seconder, please.
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, Mayor.
I'll go Deputy Mayor Doyle as the seconder for that one. Thank you. Councillor Newell, would you like to have any opening remarks?
Just want to say reiterate what I've already said. I think the staff have done a wonderful job. I think they're very qualified to do this job. It is one of the most state-of-the-art, fantastic websites I've seen with the 4 pillars. The way you can book accommodation, see what's everywhere, merchandise, the whole thing. This is going to be a game changer for the Huon Valley, and I'm really excited to see it finally being getting into it.
Thank you. Thanks very much. I'll just now ask each councillor to make a comment or ask a question. We will go to Councillor Campbell first.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I've already made my position clear, so I'll just leave it for now. Thank you.
That's all right. Thank you very much. Councillor Prince.
Yeah, look, I love, through you, Mayor, Councillor Newell, I love your optimism about it. It's good to hear the excitement's certainly building. I do like it on face value. Obviously, we do live in some pretty interesting and strange times, but I believe we probably, to an extent, have a bit of a captured audience now with what's going on. And by building the brand name of Huon, we can probably turn what is a global pandemic into a bit of an advantage for the Huon Valley, perhaps. So, yeah, I like it. I think if we're upbeat and optimistic about this, I think this might really work, and this could be a bit of a game changer for the Huon.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say, and I guess reassure the community that as a councillor, I'm committed to reviewing this as it comes up in our workshops and as we go. So I don't want the community to feel like that's not going to happen, because it is, and it's something that I'm sure most of us are committed to. All of us, actually.
Thank you. Councillor O'May.
Yes, Mayor Juan's words were very wisely chosen there, as were Councillor Prinz and Councillor Newell's. There's not a real lot I can add to that, apart from the fact that I believe we just got to include the public in the process so they understand what's, and yeah, generally review it as often as possible and publicise the results, what's going on, so that people are in touch. And I just think it's a great proposal, and let's get on with it. Congratulations to staff, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing some results here.
Great, thank you. Deputy Mayor Doyle.
Yes, Mayor. I would just like to say too, we have to trust the communities that we have too, because since this has all happened, the Dover Action Group, or I'm not sure what their acronym is, they're going to start up something in the shopping centre. You know, like we still have the town hall. We've got lots of in Geuston, and I mean, we've still got a lot of things that are people will produce and will kick in when things are down. We are pretty unique in the Huon Valley. I've had a couple of like comments on amongst people like ourselves that are, the website is amazing, and I can't wait for it to be up and running either, like Councillor Newell. So no, let's go onwards and upwards.
Thank you very much. We now go to Councillor Gibson.
Well, yeah, I think that the brand creates a really good united image, and it links together all of the elements of the Huon, you know, the place and people, activities, stories and businesses. And the presentation on the website's fantastic. It uses really clever design, great imagery, and it's going to create a real sense of place that I think we can all be proud of. I think community backing on the ground is really important, and with that, it'll make the Huon a really attractive place to visit and live and invest. The website marketing will provide the brand partners with an outlet to communicate their individual Huon Valley stories, and all these stories together will create the brand and contribute to, sorry, you're not hearing me?
No, we are. We're hearing you. Yes.
Sorry. Contribute to the benefit of all the businesses, I think, will benefit from this reputation. So all in all, I think the brand's a good thing, and we should, I support it.
Great. Thank you very much. I just have just once again listening, I just have a question that I would like to ask the mover, Councillor Newell. Councillor Newell, I did hear in some of the responses from some of our councillors beyond the former motion mover, which was Councillor Gibson and seconded Councillor Campbell. I did hear the word review. And I am just wondering, in light of the previous notice of motion and the fact that it's come up in discussion here, as the mover of this motion, would you consider adding to B, following as proposed, and include ongoing reviews? Because that, yeah.
No, I wouldn't, Mayor. Emilio's already said that we will be getting updates, and I'm happy with the motion as it is. Thanks.
All right, thank you. No harm in asking. All right, so we'll put it straight to the vote. So I'll call out one by one. Deputy Mayor Doyle, for or against?
For, Mayor.
Councillor Neal.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Gibson.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Campbell.
Against, Mayor.
Councillor Prince.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Bird.
For, Mayor.
Councillor O'May.
For, Mayor.
And the Mayor is for. So that is 7 for and 1 against, and the motion is carried. Thank you. Thanks for the debate, everybody. All right. We're now going to setting of rates, the next report, setting of rates and charges, adoption of estimates and annual budget for the 2021 financial year, and updated asset renewal schedules for council's assets management plans. Agenda number 16.009/20. So, councillors, just to let you know, this report has within it 4 separate recommendations that need to be voted on. And just excuse me for a moment, I think I have a bit of a double report happening here. Aha, beautiful. Now we're right. It's all good. Okay. So, as I said, within this report, there are 4 separate recommendations that need to be voted on. Therefore, I ask that the discussion be all-inclusive right up front. And then at the end of the discussion, we will vote against each recommendation. So, do we have a councillor to move a motion?
Councillor Bird.
Motion A.
Yeah.
I'll second it, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Seconder. Just bear with me for one moment, if you may, please. Councillor O'May.
Sorry, hang me.
Yeah.
I think the meeting wanted to open up discussion on all of them. Then
No, I understand, but the first motion that's moved is A, that the report received a note of
is A, but then discussion
on the
can
lot.
include all of them. So
Okay.
just clarify.
It's just a
Yeah.
clarification.
Okay, all right.
It was motion A. Yeah.
All right, so what we just did then was moved and seconded on recommendation 28. And then I will be asking once again for movers and seconders as we move through the next section. But at least that opens it up now for discussion relating to the whole report. So now we're on the track. All right, so if we can now move to Councillor Bird. Have you got any opening comments, please?
No, Mayor, not really. I'm happy with what's in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll go to each councillor and ask them if they want to make ask any questions or have any comments. Councillor Prince.
No comment at this stage, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councillor O'May.
Excuse me. Yes, Mayor, generally no comments. I sometimes query why we should be charging commercial and industry more than residential, as we're trying to attract business and jobs to the area. But all in all, it's okay with me. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor Doyle?
Yes, Mayor. No, I mean, looking through, and I mean, COVID's, you know, there's lots of things that have come in with COVID and the late payments and defaults and that. Like, I mean, they're all going to be looked at on a basis of one-on-one. So, no, I'm happy, Mayor.
Thanks very much. Councillor Newell. Councillor Newell?
Oh, got me now?
Yeah.
Thank you, yes.
Yep.
Sorry, yeah, no, I'm back now. Look, the only thing, I'm very disappointed that we've had to raise rates for commercial businesses. I think they've been hit probably some of the hardest of anyone. But like Sally said, there is means where they can get some help from us. So we have to do what we have to do. We're a business as well. So no, nothing further, Mayor.
I've just had a response from the General Manager just to say that the rates haven't been increased for those categories.
So just to clarify, that there is a differential rate for commercial and industrial properties. So there is a factor that increases above the general rate that's set, but that was the same as previous years. So it's still a 0% rate increase on the general rate for all categories. The only things that have increased are things that are part of the fees and charges, like waste management, where we have actually incurred increases.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for that, Emilio. It was just a bit of a misunderstanding there. Thank you.
No worries.
Good stuff. Well
Thanks.
done.
Great stuff. Councillor Gibson?
I'm comfortable with it as it is. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell?
Yes, I'd just like to follow up on Councillor May. I do think that if we're trying to use the live, invest pillars, I actually think it's actually going to create problems in this economic time when we're charging more for commercial. I don't understand that, because we're trying to attract investment opportunities. And I think that, to me, it seems counterproductive that we're charging more and penalising those people who actually add to the economic development. So I'd just like to make that comment. And one other question, I'm not sure whether, through you, Mayor, to the Director of Corporate Services, I just want to understand the increase in employee costs from 350,583 for the financial year 2019-2020 to 474,371 for the 2021 budget. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, could I just get Councillor Campbell to refer me to the page number or paragraph number or something to which she's referring? Sorry.
Did you hear that, Councillor Campbell?
Yes, it's page 20 of 50.
And which particular numbers, through you, Mayor, were you querying?
During the increase in employee costs for the financial year 2019-2020.
So, through you, Mayor, what this table is showing is that go to the very bottom line, it's a total council employee costs. So, in actual fact, employee costs, which includes on costs, so payroll, tax and superannuation and what have you, are decreasing from $14.7 million down to $13.8 million, and our full-time equivalent employees is decreasing from 156 down to 144. So employee costs are very much decreasing. Through you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Is that satisfy Councillor Campbell?
Yes, just one question to the Director again. Is that going to be an ongoing situation that we will have with decreases, Director?
Well, most of that decrease arises from the closure of the information centres.
Yeah.
So we would expect that decrease to maintain. That's the new base, if you like.
Thank you for clarifying that, Director.
Thank you. All right. I have some comments I just want to make. The fact that I actually don't have really any questions this year, because this report is incredibly comprehensive, and every time I seem to have a question, I turn the next page and there was the answer. So, and it's, as I said earlier on, it's really in plain English that anybody could pick up. The analysis is really thorough. Noted on page 7 is comprehensive details for salaries and wages, and then on page 19 there's more detail provided on employee costs. That sort of all marries up. I found and I know we discussed this in the councillor workshops in regards to the fees and charges, and we had a really big discussion around waste management. And, you know, what do we do about waste management when it's continually hiking up? We've got we're going to be transitioning to a state government waste levy as well, and there's you know, the best thing we discussed was to actually for everybody to take responsibility, everybody in the Huon Valley, to actually avoid or reduce waste. And you know, do composting and a whole range of other things, because we can't just keep leaving the rates as it is, and then the council continually run into debt, and our practices and behaviour in the Huon Valley doesn't change. Fortunately, there's a lot of people in our community who are already doing the right thing, thank goodness, and hopefully we just bring everybody with us to be able to reduce the waste, and then we start to reduce the impact, I suppose, and get some control on that. And the final note I had is that it would be really interesting to see over the coming 6 to 12 months what the hardship and assistance policy, what impact that will have on our budget, and therefore how much reserves we sort of have. So yeah, that'll be an interesting one for us to keep an eye on. And other than that, I really want to actually thank the General Manager, and I want to thank the executive staff and the managers who in the last 6 months have been really starting to pull back wherever they can on expenditure. And it's noted and it's witnessed, and we really appreciate that work, because I know it's been a constant process of clawing back. So thank you very much for doing that. All right, so now I will return to Councillor Bird, who moved that motion, and just to if there's any final comments.
Not really, Mayor, just reiterate your comments. Well done to the staff on the report.
Thank you. Okay, thanks very much for that. And now I will put the motion and will ask each councillor to state whether they are for or against the motion. And that's for recommendation A. Deputy Mayor Doyle.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Newell.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Gibson.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Campbell.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Prince.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Bird.
For, Mayor.
Councillor O'May.
For, Mayor.
And the Mayor is for. That's all councillors present, and the motion is carried. Thank you. Right, we'll move on to the next recommendation of the same report, which is 16.009/20B. And we'll go, so for that, just excuse me for one moment. I need to move each one, don't I? Yep.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so can I have a mover for that report, please? That recommendation, sorry.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. A seconder, please.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Prince. We'll go straight to the vote. I'll read your names out. For or against, please. Deputy Mayor Doyle.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Newell.
For.
Councillor Gibson.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Campbell.
For.
Councillor Prince.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Bird.
For, Mayor.
Councillor O'May.
For, Mayor.
Thank you. And the Mayor is for, so that's all councillors present and the motion is carried. We now move on to recommendation 16.009/20C of the same report. Do I have a councillor to move a motion, please?
Councillor Bird.
Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. I'll take Councillor Gibson as a seconder. Thank you. And I'll put the motion and we'll ask each councillor to state whether they are for or against the recommendation, the motion. Deputy Mayor Doyle.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Newell.
For.
Councillor Gibson.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Campbell.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Prince.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Bird.
For, Mayor.
Councillor O'May.
For, Mayor.
And the Mayor is for, so that's all councillors present and the motion is carried. And then one last one for this report. Recommendation is 16.009/20D. Do we have a councillor to move a motion?
Councillor Prince.
Thank you. A seconder, please.
Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. And I'll put the motion and we'll ask each councillor to state whether they are for or against the motion. Deputy Mayor Doyle.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Newell.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Gibson.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Campbell.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Prince.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Bird.
For, Mayor.
Councillor O'May.
For, Mayor.
And the Mayor is for. That's all councillors present and the motion is carried. Thank you. We now move on to the next report, which is the financial report, agenda number 16.010/20. And do we have a councillor to move a motion?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. And a seconder, please.
Councillor Bird.
Thank you. Councillor Doyle, do you have any opening remarks?
Just that I believe that this has been done very well under the circumstances. I mean, no one could see what was going to happen with COVID, and we still don't know what the long term is going to be. So, yeah, I think it's a good report. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask each councillor to make a comment or ask a question. Councillor Bird?
Yeah, I think everyone's, so councillors included, have done well to keep all costs down towards the end of this financial year. So I'd just like to, say thank you to everyone for the effort they've put in.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. Councillor O'May?
Yes, Mayor, I endorse this, and I'd just like to big congratulations to our General Manager. I think he's done an amazing job here, keeping costs down, and everybody's pulled their belt in. It's Emilio, congratulations, you've really excelled here. So
Thank you. That's one of those, big team effort again. Can't do it on my own, and got a good team around me, and thank you for councillor support as well in doing this. So it's been a very unique set of circumstances that we've been dealing with. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor May.
Well, can you please pass on my congratulations to your team as well, Amelia?
I will. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor May. Deputy, no, I'm not going to give it you a shot yet. Councillor Newell.
Nothing to add to that, Mayor, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
I don't really have anything to add either. I think it's been said.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to thank the collective staff for working through with compassion and understanding in a very difficult situation. So please pass on my good wishes. Thank you, General Manager, to the staff.
Thank you, Councillor. Actually, Mayor, if I may, I do have a management team meeting coming up and I will place it on the agenda, that councillors' appreciation for what the staff have done. So, yeah, because like I said, it has been just a big collective effort. So thank you. I will put it on the agenda.
Thank you. Councillor Prince?
Yeah, exactly what Councillor May and Councillor Campbell have said. Well done, team. That's awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to point out that clearly without council receiving the CDO recovery funds of 2,371,181 and recovery costs related to flood and fire events, we probably would be looking at a different budget right at this minute. And we have a new forecast for the end of the financial year of 764,836. But also noting that the projected surplus may differ come 30th of June, and we'll just have to see what happens there. Nonetheless, it's certainly a better forecast than what we were expecting when we first had this discussion back in early March. And once again, as I mentioned before and has been mentioned at this particular report, that's because there's been a lot of effort by all manager levels to actually pull this in and I suppose get an understanding commitment from staff as well about what's happening and why those, the efforts are being to pull in and restrain costs. So, Councillor Doyle, do you have any closing comments?
No, Mayor, I think it's all been said. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put the motion and we'll ask each councillor to state whether they are for or against the motion. That is Deputy Mayor Doyle.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Newell.
For.
Councillor Gibson.
For.
Councillor Campbell.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Prince.
For.
Councillor Bird.
For, Mayor.
Councillor O'May. Councillor O'May.
For, Mayor.
And the Mayor is for. That's all councillors present and the motion is carried. Thank you. I now advise that the council is acting as a planning authority as at 7:44. 7:44. Thank you. In accordance with the provisions of Part 2 Regulations 25 of the Local Government Meeting Procedures, Regulations 2015, the council will now act as a planning authority pursuant to the Land Use Planning and Approvals Act 1993. We have an application before us, a report before us, the application for visitor accommodation access works and signage at Lot 2, Channel Highway, Huonville, CT 172810/2, DA 253/2019, agenda number 17.011/20. Now, if I could ask the General Manager if the Director of Environment and Development Services could provide a brief overview of this report, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. So the application is for visitor accommodation. It comprises 3 small cabins and 6 tents on platforms. We did receive 4 representations. Some of them were quite detailed. They're summarised in the report as well as our responses. And many of the matters were outside of what we can assess under the planning scheme, but certainly there were a number of quite relevant matters that were raised and are reflected in some of the permit conditions that we've recommended. The site's obviously quite complex, the property. It's covered by a number of codes, a conservation covenant over much of the land. It clearly has quite strong natural and scenic values. As you can see through the application, they have cited the development in an existing cleared area that's outside of the covenant area. They're utilising an existing access, which is to be upgraded. So we feel that with the conditions that we've proposed, which we think are quite rigorous to ensure those values are maintained within the powers that we have in the planning scheme, that it is recommended for approval with those conditions.
Thank you very much for that, Director. Do we have a councillor to move a motion?
Mayor.
Councillor
Yes,
Campbell.
Mayor.
A seconder?
Councillor Bird.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell, do you have any opening comments?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to say that looking through all the planning attachments, it's been a bit of a challenge on this one, Director, and I think you've put a lot of work into it, and hopefully, you know, it will get off the ground. I think it's a great opportunity for visitor accommodation, but I think it's taken an awful lot of work for you to get to this point. So thank you for all the effort you've put into it.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. So now I'll ask each councillor that has a comment or an opportunity to ask a question. Councillor O'May.
Yes, Mayor. With my farmer's hat on, I'm not happy with any farming land going to conversion for any other purposes, but this particular piece of land is very low grade land. It's very shallow soil on the top of the hill there, and it hasn't been greatly productive from what I can see. It's, yeah, we should be encouraging all types of business, and hopefully it gets up and does some good things for the valley.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Doyle.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that most of the questions I've had were answered. Look, it's a piece of land that I don't know that could have been used for anything else, but it is, by the looks of it, could be a good, unusual, different kind of experience for visitors. So I'm all for anyone that's willing to have a go. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Neal.
Sorry. Yeah, no, all for it, Mayor. Good stuff.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Through you, Mayor, I have a question to the Director, if that's possible. It looks like there's been a lot of work by the planning staff with all of these recommendations, and I just wondered whether the fees we charge on these sorts of projects relate to the amount of work going into them, and especially when the budget for this sort of project is very unknown, whether it sort of stacks up.
Director, are you able to answer the question? Thank you.
Certainly, Mayor. Look, it's a challenging question in some ways, Councillor Gibson, because we do have a scaling fee structure. Certainly residential properties are just a set fee, but for commercial and other developments, it does scale based on the value of the works proposal, and that can be a little bit grey at the point of time of planning in terms of knowing quite what your cost will be when you're only at the planning stage. And even further to that, you can really the amount of time it takes for an assessment can vary greatly, irrespective of the size of the development. Sometimes you just have a very complex site and a less usual proposal that can take a lot of time and assessment because it might have a lot of codes and overlays and other matters. So it's a challenging one. I guess, you know, in swings and roundabouts, it hopefully balances out, and we do cover our costs. And the fee structure that we have is quite similar to the fee structures that other councils have. But yeah, look, I wouldn't try to claim that it's a perfect system, and there's some that we certainly would spend more time on than the fees that we would gather. But it's not an easy process because you've got to give some people some surety at the start as to what you're charging. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for
But
answering.
it is based on the estimate of cost, isn't it? So I guess the question is more about how you estimate a realistic cost in these sorts of developments, because we're going to. I just feel like we're going to have more developments like this that are complicated. I'm just wondering, but whether we should be addressing it, I guess.
Yeah, look, a couple of years ago, we adjusted our fee structure for planning assessments, and we actually did substantially increase our high cost developments, because on a review of other councils, we could see that we were probably undercharging for those. So the sort of multi-million-dollar developments don't come up terribly often, but at the same time, yeah, they can certainly take up a lot of time. So we did a couple of years ago quite substantially increase those fees, so to capture those large developments and to try to more accurately recoup the costs involved in doing the assessments.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Director. Councillor Prince.
Yeah, look, cracking report. It was took me a little while to read it, I'll be honest. It was a bit of a late weekend getting through it all, but excellent effort through you, Mayor, to the Director, to the staff who've put that all together and done all that work. That's tremendous. Yeah, obviously there's a lot of recommendations and little bits they've got to get right in order to get it up and running, but best of luck to them, really.
Thank you. Councillor Bird.
Yeah, so it was a huge lot of paperwork to get through, but so we have a lot of recommendations in front of us for the applicant, and I think you've gone into a lot of detail, and I hope they can tick those all off. And I think through you, Mayor, to the Director, I've looked over it, and I think you've addressed all those concerns. You've answered. Yeah, I can't see any problems.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. So, yeah, wow, what a report. I think we've all agreed that it was absolutely huge, and I always quite often go to the representations as the first thing I often do, being the community and what their concerns are, and I really felt very comfortable with everything that I read and with the officer's response. And it was interesting how, and I think we find this at times, some of the questions that are raised by the community are actually related to like the next process, which is like a building permit process, not actually relating to planning permit assessment requirements. I always find that quite interesting. There was a lot also around the confident as well, questions around that. And so I do actually have a question to the Director, just in relation to, so I can help you with some page numbers here, Luke. I'm looking at in the attachments, and I'm looking at the Tasmanian Land Titles Office instrument creating restrictive confidence in gross, page numbers 30 through to 63 of the attached report, or the attachments. It encompasses that whole a document. Yeah. So I tried to find, I wanted to ask some questions regarding that document being referenced in the conditions. And I noticed, and I'm trying to find it now, but I did see, no,
I think if I know where you're going, so we actually don't have powers over anything to do with the covenant. So certainly the natural values that are reflected in the covenant are still relevant in terms of the biodiversity code and whatnot that's on the property. We will be including an advice clause. The advice clauses don't come to council because they don't have any power to them, so they're just an advice clause. We'll certainly have quite a number of advice clauses on this to do with things like if you're going to be a private drinking water supplier, there are requirements around that, and similarly there'll be an advice clause to remind them of their obligations to stay with the covenant. We ourselves as a planning authority can't impose conditions on related to the covenant though.
That's great. So it's going to be added as a note.
Yes, certainly
because there's so many rules in there, isn't there? You know, like it's really stringent, and particularly when you do any development or anything like that. Yeah. Oh, great. Excellent. So that answers my question. So thank you very much for that. And yeah, I agree, a huge assessment to do, but a very exciting project, sort of, as well. Okay, so Councillor Campbell, do you have any closing comments?
Only to say that if someone's willing to go through all those conditions and get something like this off the ground, then I think good luck to them, because I certainly wouldn't like to be tackling them. But I think it's still a great project, and encouraging people to actually get on with doing something different, which is what we want down in the valley. I think it's a great opportunity.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I'll put the motion and we'll ask each councillor to state whether they are for or against the motion. And we'll start with Deputy Mayor Doyle.
Definitely for. Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Newell.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Gibson.
For.
Councillor Campbell.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Prince.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Bird.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Mbay.
For, Mayor.
And the Mayor is for, so that's all councillors present and the motion is carried. Thank you. Right. I advise that the council is no longer acting as a planning authority as at
7:58.
Thank you, Sandy. The report we have in front of us now is the Draft Climate Change Strategy Part A Mitigation Plan, agenda number 17.012/20. Do we have a councillor to move a motion?
Councillor Gibson.
Thank you. And a seconder?
Councillor Prince.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson, do you have any opening remarks?
I think, well, this is a draft for public comment. It's a really good document to read, really easy. I encourage the residents to question if it's council's role to concentrate on reducing its direct impact on the climate, or if we take a greater role by engaging with the bigger issue of the emissions of the municipal area, which is a much more difficult, obviously, and complicated thing, but I think a very important thing to at least address. Yeah, I look forward to hearing the response back from the public.
Great, thank you very much. So now I'll ask each councillor to make a comment or ask a question, and we will start with Deputy Mayor Doyle first. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, pretty hard one there, Paul. We won't go there at the moment. But I believe that, and I've said this numerous times, that we, after the consultation, we have to be mindful of the different levels that people have the capacity to do with climate change. So I'm looking forward, as you are, Paul, to the consultation, and yeah, and good discussion, I hope. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Newell?
Nothing from me, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to, well, I suppose if I make a statement first, can I ask a question straight after?
Of course you can.
Okay, lovely. So, through you, Mayor, to the Director of Environmental Services, I just noticed in the report, Luke, that the council has 577 streetlights in the Huon Valley. Looking at the two scenarios outlined in the draft report, the first scenario saved approximately 505 tonnes of CO2 emissions over 20 years. This is a significant, substantial saving in the long term compared with the second scenario. The second scenario has been chosen by HVC because of no upfront costs, which is understandable. However, would scenario one be even more efficient if, say, council adopted the practice of switching off every second light after 10 p.m, thus saving further costs?
Which page are you referring to with regards to those two options?
Page 66, Luke. Sorry, I've got.
Oh, yeah, sorry, no,
I've
okay.
got 66.
So
Page,
page 8. Yeah.
8 of 20.
So the differences there are really around whether or because of we're doing a staged replacement as they wear out, there's obviously a bit of a delay before they're all replaced as opposed to replacing them all at once. So you get the greenhouse benefit a little bit quicker by replacing them all at once. I guess there are some other factors to consider though, and not just the upfront capital cost, because you're also talking about a lot of wastage. If we're going to remove 500 odd streetlights that are in perfectly good condition, just to trigger that a little bit earlier. So it's a number of factors that come into play in that decision. And one of the actions within this report is actually specifically to review that and to have a look at it. So action 1.16 is actually a direct action to review that whole process that we've signed up to see if it does, if there is a better argument to move sooner rather than that existing one. But yeah, look, there are a number of factors that come into play, and the two main ones would be the big capital upfront cost, as well as the wastage of replacing 500 perfectly good streetlights rather than as they fail.
Thank you, Luke, for that explanation. That makes sense. It would be good to actually review it as it goes along.
Thank you. Councillor Prince?
Yeah, I'll keep it brief, Mayor, but there's been a lot of hard work behind the scenes, I think, has gone in from some pretty talented and impressive staff as well as community members. And it's quite a diverse little group of community members that have been working on this, which I think is important because, sort of as you've alluded to there, Deputy Mayor Doyle, there's not a one mindset when it comes to things like climate change and how to tackle it. And I think the more people you sort of bring along for the ride, the better result you have. So I would encourage anyone who's interested to read the draft and put forward your input on it, because it's important that we get a broad range of input, not just a very specific message, because like I said, this is a community thing, and in order for, or a global thing even, in order to have success, we need broad input and a broad buy-in. So yeah, but great work to everyone who's sort of been involved in this. It's been a pleasure to work with the little committee, and I apologise for my constant absence over the course of their work.
Thank you. Councillor Bird?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to say thank you to the staff, councillors and those on the consultative group for the work on the draft. And yeah, look forward to the community consultation to see what comes out of that. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor O'May?
Yes, Mayor. I also would like to congratulate staff for the great effort they put in here, and as mentioned, look forward to some feedback from the community. But the only thing I'd like to add is we really should be putting a major emphasis on planting more trees and having offsets and carbon credits recognised, and council should be pushing all levels of government to go down that path, encourage people to have tree planting, and and also education on our behaviour, and look forward to a good outcome out of that.
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been said by my fellow councillors this evening, and it was also good to have the strategy consolidate all the work thus far that's been done by this council since they started the climate change journey, which is a credit to all those staff that were involved at any given time. I have a question, probably through to the director, would be great, to Lou, and it's just in relation to page of the actual attachments, page 17, item 2.3.2. So that's encourage the early uptake of electric vehicles in the community by supporting the installation of chargers. I'll just wait till you get to that page, 17. Down the last one down the bottom. Where it says time frame, just want to know what does during the early phase mean? Because it's just a bit different wording compared to the rest of the document.
If you read the little bit of italics text under 232, probably helps explain that. So it's the later installations will be driven by the private sector. So what we're getting at there is we see a key role for council to play in kicking that off as we have been.
Yeah.
But certainly we'll actually hit hurdles around competitive neutrality in the future when service stations and shops or whatever are selling the power as like petrol pumps. So we need to be charging for it once that happens anyway.
Sure. So the commitment is during the early phase.
Yeah, to help kickstart it. Yeah.
Cool. And my only other, it's really a comment more than anything else, is, and probably to both of you, the director and the general manager, is that I noticed in the report there's lots of energy audits to be done on our buildings. And I know that this plan will be costed up, and I'm personally really keen to see what that looks like as far as a bulk sort of deal goes to actually do the energy audits, because I don't know if anybody's been at the Pilverada Hall in winter, but my hair, I'm sure, was blowing around. So, and when you're in those buildings, you think, wow, I know there's just so many cheap things that could be done to actually rectify that, so that the heater is really not having to work too hard, and that, you know, the costs come down. So, so those energy audits often bring out some really low cost or no cost sort of solutions at times as well. So just really keen to hear more about that. Yeah, that's all.
That's a good point, Meg. Thank you.
Okay, so closing comments from Councillor Gibson. Are there any?
Sorry. No, I don't think I have any closing comments. I think we should wait and see what comes back from the community. And I agree with Councillor Prince that the broader the response, the better.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll put the motion, and we'll ask each councillor to state whether they are for or against the motion. So we'll start with Deputy Mayor Doyle. For? I saw your mouth.
Yeah, for, thank you.
Councillor Newell?
For.
Councillor Gibson?
For, Mayor.
Councillor Campbell?
For, Mayor.
Councillor Prince?
For, Mayor.
Councillor Bird.
For, Mayor.
Councillor O'May.
For, Mayor.
And the Mayor is for, and that's all councillors present, and the motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, the next report is the alternatives to glyphosate weed management, agenda number 18.002/20. Do we have a councillor to move a motion?
I'd like to put an
Yes,
amended
Mayor,
motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, an amended motion. Councillor Campbell is putting forward an amended motion. I might have something here. Right, okay, yes. Would you like me to read it out, or would you like to read it out?
Would you mind reading it out, Mayor? Thank you.
Not a problem. It might be a little bit of a clearer microphone. So the alternative motion is that A, the report on alternative to glyphosate weed management be received and noted. B, council continue to use of approved herbicides to manage weeds within the municipal area until more efficient and cost-effective non-chemical solutions are available. C, council continue to promote the no spray register for residents who want to self-manage any incidents of weeds and vegetation outside their properties using non-chemical methods, in brackets, typically manual removal. And D, council continues to limit the use of herbicides to manage weeds within the vicinity of schools, playgrounds and waterways. The change there for the councillors to be aware of is that in item D, there is an addition of one word at the very end, which is waterways. That is the only change for the alternative motion. Do we have a seconder for that?
Councillor Bird.
Thank you.
Councillor Gibson.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. I'll take that as a seconder. Councillor Campbell, do you have any opening remarks?
Thank you, Mayor. I just think it's important to include the amendment for the waterways, because the legislative requirements under point 6 note the guidelines for safe and effective herbicide use near waterways, and that's an important factor that should be put into this motion, because it is it's a holistic approach, if you like, to using herbicides until we find something that is non-chemical solution. So that's my reasoning behind it. Thank you.
All right, lovely. Before I open up to councillors' comments, the Director of Environment Services has advised that he would like to say something. Luke?
Yeah, look, I just felt like I should probably just raise, we probably need to be a little bit careful, and I've definitely, agree with the general principle, but in working around waterways, manual removal can create other problems, particularly with erosion. So certainly, I think it's a great idea to discourage unnecessary spraying around a waterway, but I'd be a little bit cautious around sort of mandating it. Certainly if you could cut and paste, that's usually what we try and do around waterways in terms of best environmental practice. So it's only a very small amount of herbicide that's applied. But totally not using a herbicide around a waterway could actually create some other challenges with manual removal, because you're obviously digging up the soil and exposing it and losing that stabilisation effect.
All right. People can ask questions of Luke regarding his comment throughout when you get your opportunity, perhaps. So, I'll now ask each councillor to make a comment or ask a question. Councillor Newell, you're first.
Look, I think it's a lovely idea, but I agree with Luke. I know from experience, with very careful application at the right times, it can be done extremely safely around waterways. Having a property out in the Russell River for quite a time, we did a lot of exterminating of blackberries, etc., that was right on the river, and there was no other way without eroding the riverbanks. And like I say, on the right day, at the right time, it can be done effectively around waterways. And until there's another alternative, I just think it's the only thing we can do.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson?
I have a question back to the director, if that's all right. Through you,
Yes,
Mayor.
certainly.
How the spraying around waterways, is that does that have a specific set of regulations around it that we can attend to, or advice from the manufacturer?
Yeah, look, I think as Len's pointed out in his report, there are specific products that are registered for using around waterways. Ironically enough, it's Roundup. It's the product Roundup by Active, which is registered for use around waterways. And look, and don't get me wrong, I certainly would discourage unnecessary use of herbicides around the waterways. I just wanted to flag the challenges in manual removal around waterways as well. So some of that low application, like a cut and paste scenario, is usually the best environmental option for weed removal around.
But as Councillor Newell says, I mean, you can't cut and paste blackberries, and they do need to be dealt with, and they often are in waterways. But that's where the frogs are, and they're very sensitive, a whole lot of sensitive animals, and it, just getting it into the environment. I guess we need to have some sort of solution. I don't know what you'd suggest.
Oh, look, I wouldn't deny it's a challenge, and I think the use of herbicides is a real balancing act between those. Managing other issues such as safety or environmental values against the use of a herbicide. There's certainly no easy solution to it. But I think, as the report's pointing out, in terms of herbicide use, I don't know that there are many other products or of any other products that are shown to be safer. Look, I wouldn't suggest that there's an easy black and white answer to it. Just making the point that not using herbicides at all on a waterway can create different problems.
So Len, Director of Infrastructure, would like to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. I'd just like to point out some of the requirements that our trained staff actually apply to whenever they weed spray, and it's in accordance with all the guidelines, and there's quite a list in paragraph 6 of the guidelines. There's the standard operating procedures. There's quite a list there that we are familiar with and we do adhere to, and that also includes the Department of Primary Industries, Parks, Water and Environment's guidelines for safe and effective herbicide near waterways. So we do adhere to all those guidelines and the codes of practice. So we do feel that we are actually undertaking what is suggested in the amended motion about I guess selective and limiting the use of herbicides around waterways, and only using what is absolutely necessary and applying them in certain conditions. Certainly not if there's going to be a rain event that's going to wash residues down into the waterway and flow away from the target area. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that.
Mayor, through you, is it okay if I just clarify the actual intent? This is not to say that there's no use of herbicide.
That's correct.
It's just to keep it to a minimum, I understand.
Yeah, that's the intent.
Right, Councillor Campbell?
That's correct, General Manager. Yes, it's just the intent. I think it's important.
Thank you.
Just because it's actually required anyway, and it just gives satisfaction, I think, to the community who live on the waterways that that's being factored, because I think Councillor Bird has mentioned once before that when they're training on an oval and they know that Roundup's been sprayed, then it's a concern. And I think likewise for our waterways, there's still living creatures in there, and we don't want to actually spray unnecessarily. But I respect what you're saying, Len, but I do think it's important just to put it in there for the sake of continuity. But I have faith in what the staff will do as far as the recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, and thank you, Emilio, for clarifying that, because I felt it was going a little bit off. Yeah, thank you. Councillor Prince.
First, I think you've probably just addressed a lot of my sort of questions and answered them all there. My only sort of question is probably not that relevant, given we're sort of talking about the limited use, but what actually constitutes a waterway? Like, does it have to be running all year round or dry creek? What's sort of the...
Yes.
Through you, Mayor. Councillor Prince, a waterway, definition of waterway is any carriageway that moves water. So it also includes where roadside drainage drains to as well.
Yeah, cool.
So
Thank you.
We do need to be careful of.
Yeah, that's sort of where I was thinking of that. You know, if you might be spraying along, say, a roadside. Any roadside is, I suppose, potentially a waterway if it rains enough.
Yes, hence we are very careful with our weather forecasting that there's not going to be any rain. I'm not sure what these exact specifics, timeframes of it are, but we do follow the instructions on the product that we're using.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you, Len. Councillor Bird?
I was the same. I was glad that you clarified what Councillor Campbell was actually meaning there about waterways. And I understand that, yeah, you already limit the use around schools, playgrounds, and I think it's good to have that wording in there because I know you already do that where you can. I did have a couple of questions for the director, if that's all right, Mayor.
Which director?
I suppose it's to Len.
Yes, thank you.
How many properties versus how many people do we have on the no spray register?
Thanks for your question, Councillor Bird. Look, I have a bit of information that is probably beneficial to the whole community, I guess. So it's a good question. So we do keep a register every year of properties and people that are on our no spray register. We've just gone through the process of actually advertising that and either renewing, clarifying, or removing people that want to be off the list, putting people on the list that haven't been on it before. So I have some figures here for you from, we'll start at 2018, the last 3 years. So the number of properties that are on the no spray register is in 2018 was 182. In 2019, properties was 184. 2020 is 188 properties, so fairly stagnant, and they consist of some people coming off and some people coming on, so it's not always the same, mostly the same, but sometimes there's a bit of fluctuation there. But that's property numbers. So this current year, 2020, of that 188 properties, there is only 153 owners. So they're owners that own multiple properties that elect to do their own weed management. If that answers your question, Councillor Bird.
Yes, I've just got one more question.
Yes.
If that's all right. What are the avenues that you promote for people to go on the no spray register?
Can you clarify that question for me, Councillor Bird?
How do we advertise it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
how do we
sorry,
advertise
yeah.
it? Okay. So it's advertised in the Huon News and the Hobart Mercury as well. And it's, I believe there's, it's on our webpage. And just recently, I'm not sure if it's gone on yet, but on our news portal as well.
Yep, cool.
So it's there now, yes.
Yep.
That's a requirement for us to advertise in those media outlets, the Mercury and the Huon News. We don't, just for clarification, we can't control a no spray register for state roads, which there are many kilometres of that through our municipal area, of course. The Department of State Growth have their own no spray register, which we do make our community aware of that register as well and direct them to Department of State Growth.
Thanks, Len.
Thank you. Thanks for those questions. Councillor O'May?
Yes, Mayor. Firstly, or just for information's sake, it was quoted earlier on that you use glyphosate on blackberries. If you were doing that, you're only wasting a spray because blackberries won't die of glyphosate on them. It might make them look a bit sad, but it just doesn't work. So, but I've been involved in numerous NRM projects, and as the director suggested earlier on, there's lots of different ways of doing things with cut and paste and using herbicides in correct conditions and in a correct manner, which is very safe with minimal impact to waterways. And I take on what Councillor Prinz has suggested before. I mean, you can wash your hands in the sink and it's going into the drain, which runs into a creek. It's potentially contaminating a waterway. So we have to go through a very stringent chemical certification as a farmer and have a ChemCert certificate on storage, handling and use of sprays, where to use and where not to use. I think the industry is very well regulated and very informed. And as this details here, some of the alternatives to glyphosate are actually worse than the spray itself. So in a perfect world, it'd be nice to be able to use a product which was totally harmless to everything, but it just hasn't. It's not on the market. So I just believe that it's a good report, but I don't think we should be putting the waterways on the end as been defined, because it's too specific or not specific enough. I don't know how you would word that, but there's a couple of other comments that probably might be a bit controversial in regards to the people that have no spray areas on their property. I can totally understand that these people want to go along with that process, but being from a farming background, I'm quite happy with these people with that process, but I also think they should be monitored to make sure that they're not actually enticing weeds to spread through the rest of the community. So I believe as our council vehicle, if it were to be spraying passes these properties, should be jotting down some notes on whether these no spray areas are actually contributing and making council use extra amounts of spray either side of these areas, which is unhelpful to the environment and unhelpful to farming land in general. So I really think there should be a very close eye kept on, I mean, if people want to grub out and take alternate methods, great. I think that's a good idea, but it is very labour intensive and it should be monitored.
Thank you, Councillor May. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just want to add one other thing. I believe that this debate is worldwide after the court cases in America. I think there are huge amounts of money being spent on this debate on Roundup. And I must be critical of myself here because on the 12th of June 2019, I endorsed this allocation of $10,000 to be spent here, which is pretty much led to a no change proposal. It's my personal view that we should have spent that $10,000 on more weed control, because control is a very sore point in regards to a lot of farmers. So
just 30 seconds more.
Yeah, so basically, I think it's a great report, the original report, without the waterways on the end of it, as has been defined.
Thank you, Councillor May. The Director of Infrastructure, Len Bester, would like to respond.
Thank you, Councillor O'May, for your comments. I'll start with your later comment about the budget, and I do apologise. I did omit from the report. I did mention that a $10,000 budget was approved to investigate the alternatives to glyphosate. With COVID-19, in fact, through this process, we were looking for cost savings. So I did offer that $10,000 to go back into the reserves. So that $10,000 is available to spend on something else now. The reason I didn't spend that $10,000 is because when we started doing our own investigation, we found that there were many councils, water authorities, road authorities that have already done these reports and spent money on investigations for alternatives. Most of them came back with the same result as what I've recommended in this report, and that's the continuation of glyphosate. But what I found the best thing I found about the reports was they'd already spent the money on these investigations. So I didn't find it responsible to use that $10,000 to repeat what many people have already gone through. So the answer would have been still the same, and we would have been $10,000 short. So that hopefully that clarifies the money. So that's there to spend for something more beneficial, given that we didn't need it after we investigated it. The other part of your comments was the monitoring of people that are on the register for no spray. Council officers actually do monitor areas that are highlighted for the no spray. So roadside drains outside their properties that they've actually declared when they've made application to go on the roadside, the no spray register. They've actually declared that they will maintain that, and the process is also written down in their agreement what they must do and what will happen if they don't. So I have written, not many, luckily, but a number of letters to people that have not adhered to their side of the bargain and maintained their vegetation and weeds along their boundaries. So the process we have is okay there. Given the infrequency of our weed sprays, we don't pick it up that way. We pick it up from other road inspections and other officers driving past properties that we find that are not managed well. So just wanted to let you know, so you could rest assured that we actually do have that process for following up with people that don't. As far as spreading weeds to other areas, I guess the road frontage is probably only a minor part of their own weed control, and from infrastructure's point of view, we don't go onto private property to see whether they're spreading weeds, but I do know that it's a focus from NRM, and they have avenues for people to seek assistance and on that side of things as well. So thank you very much for your comments.
I'd just add too that in addition to those controls, they also sign up to the fact that if there is declared high priority weeds that are seen on their frontage, that they may well still be treated by council despite the no spray register, and that's part of their agreement. That if they allow declared high priority weeds to grow there, then we can go because of the critical nature of those high priority declared weeds. We can just go in there and treat them if they're allowed to spread.
And just for those at home, the last person that spoke was Luke Chu, who is the Director of Environmental Services and Development Services, because I know you can't see him, so I just thought I'd do that. Deputy Mayor Doyle.
Councillor Campbell.
Oh, well, okay, I'll go to Deputy Mayor Doyle and then Councillor Campbell can ask a question. Deputy Mayor Doyle?
Okay. Yes, through you, Mayor. Holding a ChemCert certificate and having trained people, I mean, they're not just a one-day course, as the Director for infrastructure would say as well. They're quite comprehensive, and the cutting, pasting, I know that blackberries can't do that, but there is lots of different ways. I believe that what we do now at council is enough in this area. I do believe that that washdowns probably do we have a washdown, I suppose, to the Director? Do we have a washdown procedure and records kept of where we have sprayed? Through you, Mayor, to the Director.
Yes, Glenn, what respond?
Yes, yep. Deputy Mayor Doyle, we do keep a register of where we're sprayed. In fact, the spraying program are tracked via GPS as well. Yep. And we do have washdown as well for our vehicles.
Yeah. So I think that in all those things that council already does, I'm quite happy with the motion the way it is. Thank you, Mayor.
Right, thank you. Okay, so it's my turn. All right. So just firstly, in response to the Director of Infrastructure, Len, explaining about the $10,000 budget, and just a question to you, Len. It was a desktop audit you did in-house to establish that actually there was a lot of research out there, which was already funded research, and I gather not funded by the actual weed companies themselves. It was funded by councils and other organisations. Yeah,
that's correct. It wasn't the providers of the chemical or the herbicides. My staff actually started doing their investigation anyway. We actually did purchase some alternative chemical in Mazeppa, and we did a trial on a section of road, one side Mazeppa, the other side Roundup Bio. And that's why I was able to put that small section in there about the trial that we actually undertook. But as we were investigating other products to be able to use in this trial, we started to come across that there were many other trials about, which were all reputable, all been through their relative councils and resolutions sought as well. So.
Yeah. Thank you. Just to notice that there's two questions. Councillor Campbell, first of all, and then Councillor Doyle. Thank you. Councillor.
Yes, to the Director of Environmental. Luke, could I ask you, in relation to, say, for example, in Leamington, we have an awful lot of gorse that grows on people's properties here. What is the regulation for landowners when they have gorse? My understanding is that a number of, concerns have been raised that the landowners are not allowed to touch the gorse because it actually spreads as soon as you try and cut into it. Could you just clarify that for me?
Look, I'm not aware of any sort of regulation that states that, Councillor. No.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Doyle and then I believe Councillor Prince. So Councillor Doyle.
I'm just trying to turn what I want to say into a question.
You need more time.
Yes, please.
All right, Councillor Prince, you have a question?
I do, Mayor. Just a question to clarify. With either the alternate motion or the recommendation, council staff already limit their use around waterways when possible. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor Doyle, are you ready for your question?
No, I can't change my statement, so I'll have to leave.
All right. All right, are there any other questions? I think we're fine now. Yes, they just haven't been. Okay, beautiful. All right.
Mark, Councillor May has a question.
Oh, Councillor May, you have a question?
Got to unmute now. He needs to unmute.
Can you unmute?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Yes, Mayor. I would like a question to the Director in regards to Councillor Campbell's question or quote, and that is there any way that Council can enforce people to do something about the disgraceful amounts of gorse that are seem to be on some particular properties in the Huon Valley? It is a real threat to agricultural land, and I personally believe the council should be doing something to enforce people to eradicate this horrible pest. And is there any way we can do it? And I also want to congratulate him on his common sense in on the $10,000 while I have the opportunity. Thank you.
So it's fun. So we're just trying to establish which director is best to respond to that question, and it looks like it is the Director of Environmental and Planning Development Services, Luke Chu.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor O'May. I'll probably come back to you after having a chat to our weed management officer, but I don't believe that gorse is listed as a high priority declared weed from memory, which does limit our ability to force people to take action on it. But if you don't mind, I'll have a chat to our weed management officer and come back to you on what we might be able to do.
Thank you. Thanks. So.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now have a question from Councillor Gibson.
Then Councillor Doyle.
And then Councillor Doyle. Okay, Councillor Gibson.
Just with regards to the gorse question, because I'm also very concerned about it, does council have a register of where gorse is a problem on our own properties? Because I think, you know, setting a good example is always a good thing.
In our area.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, we don't actually own much native natural land. So from an NRM perspective, I'm not really sure because we actually own very little. Of course. We own a lot of roadsides and whatnot, but I'm not sure whether we have a record.
It sounds like we need to come back to answer that question. So we'll take that one on notice.
Yes. I'm thinking also of road edges. I know along the Cygnet Coast Road, the gorse is getting a bit out of control there.
So perhaps we can work through that one as well about reporting perhaps and what happens. So we'll come back to that one. We'll take that on notice as well.
Thank you.
And the General Manager is in agreement?
Yep.
So we'll move on to Deputy Mayor Doyle's question.
Yes, Mayor. Can I ask a question to the Director of Infrastructure, please, through you, through the General Manager? There is procedure to remove gorse. Is that, it can be done. Is that correct, Len?
Great question, Councillor Doyle. Yes, there is a procedure. Department of Primary Industries, Water and Environment, they have I believe, a specific officer that has helped property owners with some eradication. Now, I need to let you know that I'm not an expert in this field, but I do believe there's some advice given to us about low priority weeds, and the focus should be on the high priority weeds, given that gorse is already established in our area. It is a huge effort financially and time to actually eradicate. It does take multiple treatments for gorse. And it's my understanding that the focus and the priorities are to stop high priority weeds actually coming into the valley and establishing rather than the ones that are already established. But I think some more information might come out of that question I noticed about gorse on properties and roadsides. And I vaguely remember the question being asked of our NRM officer a number of years ago about gorse on Cygnet Coast Roadway and what to do with it. But I just can't recall his recommendation. But I think it was to that's where I got the information about the high priority weeds and what was already existing. So I'd like to follow up with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just through you, Mayor, that was my point. There is ways to get rid of it. So it would be good to have some investigation so that property owners understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, it looks like there's no other questions from councillors, so I'll just sum up here. I just wanted to go to that desktop audit. It was really good to see the notes covered in regards to number 15, 16, 22 and 32, which consider the Australian and international research for use of glyphosate. Also noted in the report, number 10, 24, 25 and 26 was the engagement with other councils, indicating that has occurred. And noted in this report, number 14, 20, 21, 27, 28, 29 was advice around the outcome of those trials. So thank you very much for doing that desktop audit and that very logical and sensible approach that you took in regards to that. I just want to go back to the alternative motion that's in front of us. And which related to D, which was the addition of the word waterways. And just to revisit the wording that's in there, which I think actually marries up very well with Len's, so the Director of Infrastructure, Len's explanation of what actually occurs. Out in the field, and that is council continues to limit the use. It's not talking about stopping the use or in any way. It's talking about limiting the use of herbicides to manage weeds. It's not talking about suggesting any other practice other than managing weeds. Within the vicinity of schools, playgrounds and waterways, I know it was mentioned about the concern about being too specific, but in fact we are being very specific when we say schools and playgrounds. So we know that waterways are considered differently, but so are schools and playgrounds. So for me, I personally don't have an issue with the addition of the word waterways because it is about council continues to limit the use of herbicides. We're not saying we're doing anything different to what we're actually doing in practice. And I think one of the motivations that I can recollect when Councillor Campbell spoke to the alternative motion was because, like people in our community are concerned about herbicides around schools and playgrounds, that people that have waterways, particularly probably through their properties or neighbouring their properties, would have a similar sort of consideration. So, okay. So now, Councillor Campbell, do you have any closing comments?
Thank you, Mayor, for the summing up. It was basically acknowledging that the council staff already have the regulations. It's not challenging that. It was just simply putting it in as an extra so that, you know, it's being seen by the community as respecting our waterways as well as our playgrounds and schools. That was simply the intention of it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'll put the motion and ask each councillor to state whether they are for or against the motion. Councillor Doyle.
I'm for the motion one now that it's been explained, Mayor.
Yep, thank you. Councillor Gibson.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Bird.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Newell.
For.
Councillor Campbell.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Prince.
For, Mayor.
Councillor O'May.
Emphasising the word limit, Mayor, I'm for the motion.
Thank you very much. And the Mayor says for as well, so that's all councillors present and the motion is carried. Thank you. Right, and thank you for the discussion and debate as well. It's always nice for council directors to get involved in meetings and help us out, so thank you. All right, the next report is the Community Engagement Summary Report on the Draft Franklin Master Plan Stage 3 Sporting Precinct, agenda number 19.015/20. Do we have a councillor to move a motion?
Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Councillor Bird. And a seconder, please. Oh,
am I able
sorry,
to?
Yes, certainly.
Am I able to move an amended recommendation?
Absolutely, I can hear you loud and clear, so you could read out your own motion if you like.
Okay. The report on the Community Engagement Summary Report on the Draft Franklin Master Plan Stage 3 Sporting Precinct be received and noted. B, the draft revised Franklin Master Plan Stage 3 Sporting Precinct included in attachment E of this report is amended to include an action of engaging with the sporting clubs who occupy the club rooms to develop a plan to upgrade the facilities, including lighting in the future, subject to funding. C, the draft revised Franklin Master Plan Stage 3 Sporting Precinct included in attachment E of this report is adopted for a staged implementation within the budget allocation available. And D, the report on the Community Engagement Summary Report on the Draft Franklin Master Plan Stage 3 Sporting Precinct be made available to the public on the council website.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder?
Councillor Prince, Mayor.
Thank you. Thanks very much for that. All right, Councillor Bird, would you like to speak to your alternative motion, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just noted upon meeting with people at the ground that the clubs weren't sort of addressed, the actual club rooms and the lighting in the master plan. And so I just wanted that to be noted and included so that down the track, any future funding that becomes available, that has been noted in there. So that was sort of the basis for the amended recommendation.
Thank you. So I now ask each councillor to make a comment and or ask a question. So we start with Councillor Gibson.
Right. I read line by line the community engagement and I assessed on balance whether each person liked the proposed cricket net site cutting through the velodrome. This question wasn't in the questionnaire, and so it really didn't get graphed or itemised in the prioritisation. But there were 27 respondents who specifically identified the velodrome as something to keep. This is one of the biggest responses if you look at them all together. At the moment, there's heaps of energy around and volunteering around the cricket club, so of course we need to get some nets. So my approach is always to look for a third way, and I went on site today and took some levels and looked around, and I think that by pushing the net south so that the run-up starts just outside the velodrome, I think we can keep the velodrome and keep the new cricket net pretty much in the same place. The connection to the club room and the oval would be almost the same. And I spoke to Daniel Ford, and he was open to looking at it when I discussed it with him. There are some advantages. The issues of the vista mentioned in the Franklin Heritage Area assessment is addressed. Any remnant asbestos would be sealed under 200 mils of topsoil and grass. As far as the velodrome surface, there seems to be little cost difference between repairing or removing and grassing. So the issue of the other issue of the different level, because currently the gravel is between 370 and 400 mils higher than the oval, which either means digging it out in the river or basically making a dam, which you don't want to do, or having to fill up that end of the oval by 400, probably 500 mils, because you've got to have the thickness of the slab as well, which if you start feathering that back to the middle of the oval is a massive task. So all in all, I think it might be worth looking at sliding the nets back south as I discussed. And I was wondering if Councillor Bird, seeing as we're looking at amending the motion and readdressing the clubs, would consider discussing this amongst the clubs to see whether a new solution is worth looking at. And I guess the last point is you end up with some cricket nets and a velodrome.
Okay, and so you asked Councillor Bird a specific question there about whether she would consider amending her alternative motion to include, my understanding was, reviewing the position of the cricket nets.
That's right.
And that was the only component that you were asking?
Yes.
Right.
Sliding the looking at the cricket net position further south.
Yeah.
Just south of the velodrome and not cutting through the velodrome.
Okay. Just a question with that, because if you put something specific in, then you're pretty much starting to lock into a specific new location. Is that what your intention is, or is it for all the clubs to talk about it and find a new location if that's the case? So therefore it is taking into consideration reviewing the location of the cricket nets.
Oh, well, I've looked around. I looked everywhere else. I don't think there are any, but if it's easier to do it that way, I don't have any objection. I just think if you can keep everybody happy, it's a good thing. Okay,
I'll leave it at that. And Councillor Bird, would you consider that?
I just thought there's a couple of things to consider there. The state that the velodrome is in at the moment is actually dangerous. So for the cricketers playing on there as well as the footy, it's actually dangerous. And even if that was done up, I don't know if the Director of Community Services knows whether that's a hazard anyway to the regular users of the oval.
Through you, Mayor, I think it's safe to say that the regular users of the area do consider when they're around the velodrome area where they're walking and obviously where children are playing and things. So they do consider that area and are mindful of the state of it.
Were you, sorry, just for confirmation, Councillor Bird, were you seeking an answer as to if the velodrome was reinstated? Would that cause,
what's the safety to have that kind of surface on a playing oval for cricket and footy?
Yeah, I don't have that answer here on me, Councillor Bird. We'd need to take into consideration the distance from the playing field. I'm aware that on sections of the oval, both football and cricket, which is the majority of the sports are used there, don't use the whole oval right out to the boundaries. So we'd need to consider the distances from the boundary through to the edge of the velodrome, or the bike track, or the cycling loop, if we would like to call it that. If I may, Mayor, I just wanted to comment on Councillor Gibson's suggestion of moving the nets south. And I think, you know, as he said, he's been there today. We've done many levels, we've done many visits there as well and considered the location. One of the considerations that we do need to consider in the location of the nets and moving them towards the south is the recommendations of the Corney Heritage Study. So we do need to consider the corridor from Old Road through to the water's edge from a planning perspective, which may limit the location pushing south, because if we go too far south into the Old Road corridor, we may have some planning implications there as well. So there's, multiple considerations to take into play there.
Thank you. That's a good point to consider. Just because this is a bit of a moment of negotiating with the mover as to whether considering any changes, I noticed that Councillor Gibson does have a question, and we should go to him. Councillor Gibson.
Yes, it was. I mean, I've got another one now, just with regard to the heritage. I mean, it seemed to me that if you set them back in the side with the car park for the tennis court there would be less obstruction with regard to the heritage report. But the question I had was not that. It was, I've forgotten. It'll come back to me, sorry.
All right, that's okay. That's all right. I'll keep moving on if that's all right. So Councillor Bird, at this point in time, would you consider any amendment to your motion, your alternative motion about the inclusion of reviewing the location for the cricket nets?
I'm not certain on that. I kind of think if it's a problem because of the feedback that we received, I was thinking, you know, we got feedback from the cricket club who have however many members that they have, and we've just taken them down as pretty much a couple of people when they actually have something like 70 members in their club. So really, to put it back to the clubs, are those 70 people, is that what they're wanting? And I guess another question to be considered, you know, is that a real problem for a structure to be there, or to level something up, to put something on top of there? Is that a real issue?
So that's Councillor Bird, you're asking through the Mayor, yes, and to the General, yes, Manager, has the perhaps if engineering sort of drawings, yes, have been done to see how doable that is? Yes.
Yeah, Mayor, I understand there has been some levels taken, and yes, it is possible to put the structure there.
And that doesn't disturb underneath?
Through you, Mayor, there will have to be some excavation work, so there will have to be like footings or edge thickenings around the slab, so there will be some disruption, yes.
Okay.
But obviously done in a controlled way, knowing what's there.
All right. Thank you. All right. We might just keep moving then. Councillor Campbell, any comments or questions? Oh, it's too late. We'll go to Councillor Campbell. Thank you.
Yeah. Through to the Director of Community Services. I had a discussion with you, Beck, recently on this project, and I went through the submissions of the Franklin Progress Association relating to certain issues such as the protection of the vistas of the Huon River, the removal of part of the velodrome track and the asbestos that will be disturbed by any potential works carried out on the oval. I also read the report provided by the Franklin Progress Association from Graham Corney, dated 2012. I didn't find any reference to the velodrome in this report, although one of the things that I did find was the heritage value in protecting the vistas of the Huon River. So I just wanted to ask one question. Was there any reason why there was no inclusion of the velodrome as a separate question on the survey, given that its historical importance to the community?
Through you, Mayor, no. To answer the question, no, there was no reason why it was or wasn't included in the survey. Yeah. Yeah, simple as that. Unfortunately, yeah.
Thank you.
Sounds short, but.
Through you, Mayor, I guess we did know that it wasn't really being used, and the condition of the surface makes it unusable, and the standard that it's at doesn't meet any modern day standards with the surface, the camber, safety rails, all of those things were, I guess, known factors already.
Just if I could add further, but noting that one of the survey questions immediately after was noting that additional elements were captured, and so there was the question asked about, is there anything additional that you want to comment on? Because I did follow the same sort of pattern as what you're saying, and then I saw that, but I'll leave my questions till later. Sorry, Councillor Campbell, was there any other questions or comments?
Yes, I just wanted to comment on the on point 8 of the recommendations and conclusions, that there's a no-build area of 5 metres wide that should be centred on the continuations of Church Street, Old Road and New Road on the eastern side of Main Street to protect vistas of the Huon River. I did note that Graham Corney indicated that the COO's SAPs is better to manage the Franklin Heritage Area. So has a SAP been applied to this land to provide for dealing with the velodrome? It just appears from the submission from the Franklin Progress Association that the velodrome has historical significance for the Franklin Township, as that the vistas of the Huon River be protected. And secondly, that the asbestos be dealt with in a proper manner. So my question really on that one, on that particular issue, do we have a SAP that actually covers off on what Graham Corney was talking about when it came to the heritage aspect of that site?
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. Through you, Mayor, my understanding is, and I'm hoping one of the other directors here might be able to correct me if I am wrong with this, the recommendations from the Graham Corney study was picked up for the Church Street corridor and is implemented in the Franklin plan. However, it is only a recommended action for the Old Road or consideration for the New Road, Old Road area. So it's not a requirement to maintain that vista, but it's a recommendation for consideration there. I'm not sure if I've got the correct wording there, Director of Environment and Development, but yeah.
Okay. Yes. Over help. All right.
Sorry, I just saw back on the plan that it does show the 5 metre, what is it called? No build areas. And they actually line up with the old road, New Road and Church Street. So that's what made me look at it and think that's what my question is.
Yeah, so they haven't been adopted, not all of them have been adopted into the Franklin SAP. You're looking at a map from the Graham Corney study, is that right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, does that satisfy that you've got an answer, councillor Campbell?
Yes. So my next thing would be a statement, wouldn't it? Or can I just ask a question now?
Yes.
Follow a question. Okay. So my main aim really is looking at the value of the sports oval. I had a good chat with Daniel, and I could see, you know, the enthusiasm and the merit that, you know, is attached to the cricket club. I think it's a great initiative that he's going on with. I also see that, you know, if there's a possibility of just reviewing the placement of the cricket nets and only reviewing with other community members, that can satisfy, you know, obviously an important issue for community. So that is my main reason for just asking the questions. Is there any possibility of a review before it becomes, before we sign off on it? I mean, certainly Daniel indicated to me that he was more than happy, because it was that question to him, you know, would he be willing to compromise? And he was very open to the fact that he would compromise. So that's why I'm asking the question. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. Councillor Campbell, and I probably should clarify for the audio who we are referring to when we refer to Daniel. We are referring to the president of the Southern Tigers Cricket Club. So for those that are not sure who Daniel is, Councillor Campbell, you are correct. The cricket club obviously are up for, you know, looking at alternative options, and this is something that we have been working over the last couple of years to try and come up with a location for these nets. Taking a step backwards, I guess, where the current nets are is near the tennis courts. It is quite a way away from the club rooms and the oval. What, I guess, when we're considering the current location and upgrading the current location, we do need to consider is the traffic movement from vehicles plus people, with developing and improving that walking track through there, plus improving the car parking. We do need to consider where the ball directions go. So once this engagement closed, and following our assessment of the feedback and hearing the community's requests to look at alternative sites, we actually did sit back down with the cricket club and have another conversation about, is there other alternative locations and is there a compromise in this? Weighing up the length, the run-ups, the length of the facilities, the run-ups, the ball directions and stuff, we couldn't come up with a new location or another alternative location. I know the cricket club are looking to please everyone, and we've tried to do that as much as we can through this plan, but, you know, for what the area that's needed, the length that's needed, unfortunately, this is the proposal of the revised plan for consideration tonight.
Okay, so just to seek clarification, if the cricket, my understanding is if the cricket nets needed to be, if there was a feeling that the cricket net location needed to be reviewed or further discussed, or the velodrome, then they would need to be included in this, in a recommendation or an alternative motion or amended motion. Is that correct, General Manager?
It would be.
Yes, yeah. So they would need to be specifically identified. So just so everybody's aware of that and understands that.
Yep.
All right, Councillor Gibson has his hand up. We'll go to Councillor Gibson and then we'll continue questioning, asking, should I say, our councillors for their comments. So
I remembered my the comment that I just wanted to make to back to Councillor Bird with regard to the surface. I agree that it is dangerous and does need work, but the costs are the same to fix it as to grass it. So I think it's really more of a budgetary thing than anything, and there isn't a huge rush. So I figure that it's a good idea to at least consider an alternative position for the next.
The General Manager just would like to make a comment just regarding your response to Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to clarify, our costings show that it is more expensive to rectify because we would have to remove the current asphalt surface and replace that. The cost of removing it and grassing it is quite a bit cheaper than actually replacing. But then we're left with the issue about the standard. Do we meet a standard if we're creating a velodrome that may not have the right camber and safety rails and all the other facilities that go with a velodrome? And nowadays they're using the softer rubberised surface rather than a hard asphalt surface. So costings to replace the surface are considerably more expensive than removing and loaming.
So it's just to confirm, it's a bit like when somebody builds a house on the same block of land, for example, and the rules that were in place 20 years or 30 years prior now in the current have a whole new current standard. And if you're saying that if we were to reinstate it, call it a velodrome, then new requirements would be associated with that.
That's right, Mayor. If we reinstate it as a velodrome and invite people to use it as a velodrome, we'd have to construct it to the standard of today. So, which would be, and to be honest, we haven't looked into it in a great lot of detail, but we know that there's a few, like, the angle of the track is not up to standard. There's requirement for safety railing, line marking, signage. So a lot more infrastructure than what's there now.
Yeah, and that new type of surface that you were, and I must admit my mind went there. All right, okay, we better press on. So Councillor Prince, comments or questions?
Yeah, forgive me if I'm a little bit slow working my way through my brain at the moment, Mayor.
Yes.
So I've received feedback from multiple parties concerned with this. Some who obviously, like the cricket club, who they want the nets for the quality of training, and it would seem, based on discussion so far, that the only viable option is to have it located as presented in the plan. Obviously, that conflicts with having a velodrome, which, as sort of discussed by Amelia, then keeping a velodrome also comes with its own series of challenges and problems. I think by grassing the velodrome, you maintain the history because it's still there. Which I think is an important part of history, is that the object still remains. Yes, it's not a complete velodrome, but it is sort of immortalised as something there, which for me, as a bit of a historian, I think has some significance and is worth sort of holding on to in that sense. It would have been awesome if the cricket nets could have been put further back, but I understand that also creates a bit of a hazard of people walking along a track and getting potentially hit by a ball. I wouldn't be too keen to get hit by a cricket ball, especially with the way some of those legends at the club can hit. Look, it's really challenging. It's one of the hardest things about listening to your community is when you get people sort of who stand on either side of the decision. And so I've been wrestling with this for the better part of a couple of weeks now. If I was going to ride my bike around the velodrome, I'd probably, in all honesty, rather ride up and down the river, but that's a personal thing, not a reflection of the community. So I'll hold on to that one personally. I suppose my other concern or question or query relates to the actual potential, the sort of asbestos situation under the nets. And I suppose there's a bit of concern around the safety of it all, and I'd hate to see our community feel unsafe. So it's probably a question through you, Mayor, to the General Manager. Placing the cricket nets at that location, are we providing a safe long-term solution for our community?
Through you, Mayor, the idea is that it would encapsulate that area under a long life asset, a concrete slab that would have a life of 80 years. And yes, it would contain the asbestos. There will, as I mentioned before, there will need to be some excavation, which will be undertaken in the appropriate manner. We have got reports on the asbestos that it has been cored and sampled, and the report has been made public so that people are aware of what's there and to what level of risk. And it actually does say it's low. And by encapsulating it, it will contain it in the long term, and it will stay on our register as well forever. So if anything does actually change where it has to be worked on, maintained, excavated around it, it is noted on our register that there has been asbestos or is asbestos present.
Yeah, excellent. That's probably one of my concerns. We don't want that sort of information to be lost to the annals of time. Excellent. Look, I think I'll stop my sort of ramblings there before I lose my train of thought too much. And I'd like to hear. I'd really value the input of the rest of the councillors on this one, because I've personally been sort of struggling with this one. So I'm very convincible at the moment.
Yeah. Look, we have Councillor Gibson and Councillor Campbell that would like to ask questions, but I will ask them just to wait just for a little bit and give the opportunity for some of the other councillors to have their comments. So, Councillor O'May.
Yes, Mayor. It's a difficult decision, this one. Damned if you do and damned if you don't. But I'm quite familiar with this area, as being actively involved with underage football for a considerable period of time. The velodrome surface is very poor if you were going to be riding a bike, to the point where I would have thought it's nearly dangerous. But there's so many fors and against here. I mean, if you were going to replace the surface with an asphalt based substance, specifically in wintertime when the kids are playing footy there, frosty mornings with a wet surface, a good velodrome surface, I would have thought would have been extremely dangerous to walk on. Also, from the point of view of the people playing tennis, I would have thought that I would have liked to hear from some tennis players in this debate as well. There hasn't really been any real comments there that I've seen on their point of view as to noise or invasion of their space there as well. It's difficult to please all the people all the time here. And if I was a bike rider, then I would prefer to be having a good velodrome. So there's just not enough room in that area to fit everything in to satisfy all the people. So anyway, all I'm speaking from is experience. The kids love that ground in footy. The guys love it in their cricket. I haven't had any interaction with the bicycle fraternity. It hasn't really been used in my experience there for a long time, if ever, that I can recall. And it's a very important ground for kids. to get our kids into sport as opposed to being directed in other areas which are probably not favourable. So we really, and it's also a great visual effect from the road looking to the river as you drive past there. So I don't really know how we can please all the people all the time here. So I think the cricket guys have got a good proposal there, but it'd be great if the people of Franklin can just work together and come up with something that suits all to the best of their ability. That's all I can comment on, I think.
Thank you, Councillor May. Deputy Mayor Doyle?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I believe that, to start off with, I think before I go any further, to the director, there's no budget for this, is there?
Through you, Mayor, yes, there is
Right.
a budget.
Oh,
so there is a budget allocation of $114,877 in
Yep.
the 1920 asset renewal plan. So we've still got that sitting there unspent. There is also approved tonight $54,000 that is allocated for the practice nets.
Yes, I understand that. I didn't realise there was some other there as well. Would that complete? That wouldn't complete your whole master plan, though, would it?
No. So it is staged, and the implementation based on the plan is actually based on the prioritisation. So obviously the walking track is the first priority because that's actually what we've got. I guess that's what the starting point was, to finish off the walking track between the middle section of the foreshore. So the walking track is the first part of it, and then the prioritisation on page 13 of the attachments then brings in the other elements. So through that ranking, things like seating and shelter, beautification, landscaping are then the next lot of considerations interpretive panel.
Yeah. Okay. So there's so we have a bit of time then for something else to come about with asking the cricket club and things like that. Is that correct, Director? We'll have
just clarification there on for the nets or the club rooms.
Well, you're saying the money's there to do the nets now.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I believe that that they, with Councillor Bird's motion, I don't want to change that. I think that a lot of work's been put into into that. So I'm happy for that to stay as it is. Yeah. All right then. Thanks. That's me.
Thank you. Councillor Newell?
Yeah, look, I honestly think that the cricket nets, we need to look at that. I'm not happy for the velodrome to go. You know, that velodrome was made by the early settlers of Franklin with pick and shovel in around 1930. I've played senior football on that ground. There's been cricket played on that ground and football for 80 odd years, and it's very safe. I think it's an integral part of the heritage of Franklin. There used to be carnivals down there and regattas and cycling, and I think if we were to stage this development and maybe look at developing a velodrome, even if it was a bit more expensive, it's another draw card that where else in the south is there a velodrome by the river? I mean, it could be an absolute attraction for our valley, and I just think it would be an absolute tragedy to just give it the flick. I've been down there on a few occasions now to have a look, and I mean, the cricket nets where they are, they're around 75 metres from the clubhouse. Now, that isn't a long way. I don't see the argument that it's a long way from the clubhouse. It's not, and like Paul said, it's nice and level. I mean, if they crack a great big hit from where the nets are now, it's going to go onto the oval. I mean, I just think that we're rushing it, and I can't support this motion unless there's a little bit put in there for some more engagement regarding the nets, because I just think we're rushing into this.
Thank you, Councillor Newell. Now, we'll go to our questions. So we have Councillor Gibson first, then Councillor Campbell, and then Councillor Deputy Mayor Doyle. So, Councillor Gibson.
Through you, Mayor, I just have a question to the General Manager or whoever wants to answer it. The half a metre level difference between the oval and the top of the slab, assuming it sits on the gravel there, what was the proposed balance of cut and fill? Like, how much are you going to do? Was the proposition to fill the oval 500 millimetres, half a metre of topsoil, or to cut some of it? Or I can't quite see how it's even going to work, really.
Through you, Mayor, I think it was cutting around the net area, but I haven't got those details with me. But it was inspected by some of the staff from infrastructure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there might not be the answer. The level of detail that you're requiring, I don't think, is here this evening to be able to give you that detail.
Okay, thank you. I just see it as a pretty big problem, that's all. Because if you cut it that low, then you're down into the river. It's all full of water.
Not to mention the integrity of the bank, if that's the case. So we'll go on to Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. My question is, if we were to rename the velodrome, in other words, not having to live under the requirements of what, the guidelines for velodromes and all the, attachments for, legal requirements, is it not possible to actually use a bit of vision to keep it as something that doesn't have to meet the standards of a current velodrome? I mean, is it possible to retain the integrity of the site for the bike riders, but not take out the term velodrome? Because that seems to me to create a problem, and maybe that might be a way of compromising on, having to go into that area of requirements for a proper velodrome.
Good point, Christine. Good point.
So, General Manager, I think are we talking about a track now? We're talking about a track, not a velodrome.
Yeah.
Mayor, through you, Mayor, it's still something we'd have to check into, because we're still inviting people to undertake an activity on a track, whether it's classed as safe or not for recreational bike riding. We'd have to check with possibly our insurers who do inspections and checks on some of our recreational facilities, to make sure that they do meet appropriate safety standards. If it's not a velodrome for competing events, yes, it probably could be something different, but it's something we would have to check.
Can I, through you, Mayor, ask a point of clarity? Councillor Campbell, when you're thinking of that option, are you thinking a sealed or a hard surface track or a grass track?
Well, I think that's why I'm looking at, what would we be considering as a velodrome? I mean, it's we talked you talked about, doing a certain type of surface. They use that rubberized surface these days in lots of tracks. So I'm thinking, if you're going to have to remove the track because it's dangerous, then is there some way in which we can modify or do something? Because it seems to me that we're actually talking about removing the surface of the track because it's dangerous. Is that right, Beck?
No, not directly.
I had to get back.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're not removing based on the dangerous state of it. We're removing it based on that 5 metre width to include the run up for the cricket nets off the oval into the cricket nets. So the batsman's actually hitting the ball back onto the oval. So connecting the nets back into the oval. That's
it's
the
just in that-
purpose of cutting into the velodrome, is to create the 5 metre width for the nets. Or the
Okay,
run up.
so
I should say it's not the nets, it's actually the run up, so it's still a level surface.
And Mayor, through you, if I could just add, it won't render the whole thing unusable if it still wants to be used as a grassed surface. It just means there'll be a flat bit in there that will have to taper down in front of the nets, and then they can ride back up onto the other side.
Oh, Councillor Newell? Sorry, sorry, very quickly. Sorry, Councillor Doyle was next, and then Councillor Newell. Just in order of putting up hands, if that's all right.
Yep. Okay. So what we're talking about here now is that it seems to be, apart from the fact that Huon has moved that there'll be more consultation for some other things at the cricket club or the football club or whoever might be using that building.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you're saying, Huon, in your motion, is to include that. Do we, and it pains me to say this, but because I know how long the cricket club has been trying to solve their issue with nets for them to use when they were at Castle Falls Bay. To a couple of the people that were talking about the nets staying where they are, they have an issue with the children over there at the nets at cricket training when the adults are over there. So it's sort of away from where they are, and it would be better if it was there. But do we need to have a little bit more time with these nets to do something? Does that need added to Juan's motion? So I don't know. I'm just thinking that I know they've already done the work on alternate sites. So I think we just have to, well, I don't know, really move forward, I suppose.
So on that point, Councillor Doyle, are you asking the mover of the alternative motion to include revisiting the location of the cricket nets?
I possibly was when I started, but I'm not now that I've talked myself around. So no, thank you, Mayor.
Okay. All right, thank you. And now we'll go to Councillor Newell.
Yeah, well, I mean, that is what I'd like to see put in the motion, Beck, but I just think we've got to take the safety issue out of it because it's been there for 100 years as it is. And to say that it is unsafe if we put even if we re-asphalt it exactly as it is with new asphalt, it's going to be 1,000% safer than what it is now and what it has been for the last 40 years. But I honestly just think that this motion needs to have a bit more community engagement on the cricket nets because the community down there don't want the velodrome gone. I've spoken to a heap of people from Franklin and they're really up in arms about the velodrome being destroyed and so am I.
Thank you, Councillor Newell. And Councillor Newell, are you asking the mover of the alternative motion, Councillor Bird, to include in her motion that consideration be given to review the location of the cricket nets and also to review the reinstatement of the velodrome?
Yeah, or the decision to remove the yes. Yeah.
But you're just wanting to ensure that the velodrome remains
absolutely
intact, whether it's grass or whether it's surface, but as long as it remains in the discussion.
Yes, it needs to remain in the discussion as part of the heritage of Franklin.
All right. So, Councillor Bird, would you consider amending your alternative motion to include those two points, the nets and the velodrome, so that continual discussion can occur regarding those items?
Do I respond?
Yes.
Yep. So for me to respond, I need to ask the Director of Community Services whether they, and I already know the answer to it, have they exhausted the research for areas to put the nets?
Okay, so we'll go to the Director of Community Services, Rebecca.
Through you, Mayor. We believe yes, hence the reason why we've proposed the recommendation, but the decision's up to council as to how that process goes.
Yeah.
Okay. We're happy to revisit.
Am I allowed to make a statement?
Yeah, well, we would normally leave your statement to the wrap up at the end.
Okay.
Do you want to ask a question?
No, that's all right.
Paul, so Councillor Gibson would like to ask a question.
With regard to pushing the nets back into that position, wondered whether what the main objection for that was.
Sorry, could you just repeat that again, Councillor Gibson?
It was just a question with regard to the moving the nets south to being adjacent to that. So the netted part is adjacent to the tennis court car park, and the run up is on the on a new grassed area between the velodrome and the car park.
Perfect, Paul. Perfect.
And the ball is completely contained within the net, so that, you know, as they are in Huonville and other places.
Yep, exactly right.
Through you, Mayor, just a couple of points of clarity, I guess, and in response to that, Huonville nets are not a fully enclosed net, so the ball does go back behind the bowler. So the Huonville nets measure at about 38 metres, the physical net, plus then an additional run-up depending on where the bowler is starting from. So Huonville is not an enclosed net. The reason for not recommending it next to the tennis court location is to do with the run-up, the hitting the ball back into traffic movements towards the oval, and potential any pedestrian. And as Councillor Doyle has also mentioned, in conversation with the cricket club, like, we are talking about a club that's made up of 70 members and there's about 50 active playing members. To split the training locations between the centre of the ground and the nets, they do have, I guess, complications when that comes to training nights where they're trying to support their juniors with their senior side on the ground and vice versa. So by having them closer together, the support to both training sides at one time, there's benefits to that.
Councillor Campbell?
Could we not put something in there that just gives us a brief review to allow a conversation between both parties, the velodrome and the cricket club, just to give them the benefit of a discussion, because not that we want to hold up the master plan, but just, you know, just sort of giving the opportunity for that compromise, which I believe Daniel was interested in. He was happy to negotiate. It's not that I'm trying to, you know, hold up the master plan, but is there not a small time frame, like a month, that we can take to actually just seek their advice and feel that we've actually done the community engagement?
I've just received some advice from the General Manager, which I'm actually totally in agreement with, and I think from the conversation that has been, the debate that's been going on this evening regarding this report, the best idea is, if everybody is in agreement this evening, is to defer the item so that we can work through all these matters, because clearly there are, people have raised a lot of concerns and that have been raised by the community, and we are all, well, some of us are sitting in very different positions on the matter. So what we'll do is we will vote instead a procedural motion to defer the matter.
So no debate, basically, just.
Yep. So no debate. We'll just go straight through to moving it and seconding it like we would normally. So a procedural motion to defer. Do I have a councillor to move?
Councillor
Yes,
Gibson.
That was quick, guys. And I think I had Deputy Mayor Doyle, was that right, as the seconder?
That's correct, Mayor.
Right, thank you. And I'll now put the motion. All those in favour? Sorry, I'm going to have to call your name out because we're not together. Okay, so for or against, please, as I call out your names. Deputy Mayor Doyle.
For.
Councillor Newell.
For.
Councillor Gibson.
For.
Councillor Campbell.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Prince.
For.
Councillor Bird.
For.
Councillor O'May.
For, Mayor.
Thank you. And the Mayor is for. That's all councillors present and the motion is carried. Thank you. All right.
Mr. Gibson has an interest.
Okay, so Councillor Gibson, we're about to discuss the Signet Caravan Park lease. You'll be disconnected from this meeting and then invited back in after.
I'll make myself a cup of tea.
Thank you.
Councillor Gibson out at 9:46.
All right. So the report we have in front of us is the Signet Caravan Park lease, agenda number 19.016/20. Do we have a councillor to move a motion? Don't be shy.
Councillor Bird.
Thank you. A seconder, please.
Councillor
Councillor Newell.
Oh, now you're overwhelming me. I'll take Councillor. I think Councillor Prince was just there, just a little bit quicker. Councillor Bird, do you have any opening comments?
Mayor, I'm happy with the recommendation that's in front of us. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll now ask each councillor to make a comment and or ask a question. Councillor Campbell.
No, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Prince.
No comment, Mayor.
Councillor O'May.
No comment, Mayor.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Doyle.
No, I'm right. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Newell.
No, I'm happy with the motion, Mayor.
Thank you. And I'm happy with the recommendation that's in front of us as well. Now we will go to, I'll put the any closing remarks, Councillor Bird?
All good.
Thank you. I'll put the motion and we'll ask each councillor to state whether they are for or against the motion. Deputy Mayor Doyle.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Newell.
For.
Councillor Gibson.
No.
Oh, sorry, he's not here. Apologies. Councillor Campbell.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Prince.
For.
Councillor Bird.
For, Mayor.
Councillor O'May.
For.
Thank you. And the Mayor is for. That's 6-4. And an abstain is recorded as an against. So that's 1 against. And so the motion is carried. Thank you. We can call back in Councillor Gibson, hoping that he might be there. That was very quick. Here he is. Hello, welcome back.
Councillor Gibson back at 9:49.
That was quick.
It was. All right. The next report is the Huon Valley Community-Led Recovery Model, agenda number 19.017/20. Do we have a councillor to move a motion?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Doyle. And a seconder?
Councillor Bird.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Doyle, do you have any opening remarks?
Yes, to through you and the GM to the director of Beck. Have we already done some of these grants? We have.
Through you, Mayor, yes, there has been a quick response grants that's not the 50,000 that's proposed in this recommendation. Yep. There's 30,000 that's available for quick response, and in the actual general manager's reports attachments is a list of some of the grant recipients thus far.
Yep. No, I just want to make note that I've had a few people tell me they'd received those and they were very appreciative. Yep. No, I've got no further comment, Mayor.
Thank you. Now I'll ask each councillor to make a comment or ask a question, and we will go to Councillor Prince first. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Look, obviously, during a lot of this sort of the lead-up process to all of this and the council's COVID response, I've been absent, but having sort of been off doing other things and listening from the side, I'm quite chuffed and happy with the way the council has gone about things. So well done on coming up with a response, especially given the amount of uncertainty in the lead up to this. So yeah, well done, everyone.
Thank you. So now we will go to Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question through you, just to clarify on recommendation E2, the 100,000, is that in the marketing strategy for the brand? Is that what that is?
Yes, that's confirmed. Yes, it is.
Thank you. Just wanted to confirm that. Thanks.
All right. So, Councillor O'May.
Yes, Mayor. I pick up on the dot point in regards to the emergency services being depleted or whatnot. I don't think that's the case. We've made some cutbacks, but I think all essential services are pretty much up to scratch there. So I'm happy with the great work that staff's put in there, and yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Going off on it, thanks.
Right, thanks. Councillor Newell.
Happy with it, thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, I'm happy with it too. I don't know. There's a lot of different things you could say. No, I'll leave it. Actually, it's fine.
Councillor Campbell.
Just one question, thank you, Mayor. To the General Manager, with the Huon Valley Economic Development Strategy, which is 2015 to 2020, when do we start reviewing that? Thank you, General Manager. Because I know I know that's included in the recovery program.
Through you, Mayor, I think the review's actually started because there's actually work being undertaken to make sure it aligns with the brand pillars. So that work has commenced.
There you go.
It's in the next annual plan.
Sorry, and I've also just been advised it will be in the next annual plan.
There you go. So there's a response. It's already being actioned.
Thank you.
Is that the only question you had, Councillor Campbell?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. All right. So, yeah, I've been really happy with the work that's been done on this report by the recovery team. I know that they connect up across southern Tasmania, and there's a lot of councils that have been looking at doing a similar thing. So, which is great for residents in southern Tasmania. But and I just really wanted to make a comment about how quickly they responded to engaging with the community over this and putting a survey out, which is an ongoing survey, so that it gives an opportunity for community members to actually really tell us how they are going and how they're coping, and it gives an opportunity then for our recovery team to connect those individuals to where they need to be. So there's someone at the end of it that can actually connect them to those resources. And just very quickly, for the people at home that may have not read the reports, but, you know, what's sort of been captured is that matters of social isolation and loneliness, not being able to visit loved ones, not being able to see friends at social and fitness activities, to helping us understand what community and infrastructure assets they feel are necessary to make their lives better, and which became even more important during lockdown, and their only ability to go out was exercise, really, or essential stuff. Sharing their challenges with managing finances and their businesses, anxiety related to people not following the social distancing rules. That actually came up quite a lot. Interesting enough, it actually came again, and I think this is really important for us as leaders as well, to know that there is a lot of anxiety about when community members are not seeing people follow the rules and doing social distancing. It comes up again in seeing opportunities to which is forward focused, and it comes up again in the long term. So there's a lot of anxiety out there still about, which will probably stop people going to places, public places, if people aren't following the rules. And I think that's really important, even for people that come eventually when the borders are open and people are coming. It will become even more important, I believe. Seeing opportunities to which is forward focused. They've also mentioned promoting businesses, everyone supporting businesses and buying local, assistance in the tourism sector, and the long term bringing back and supporting tourism, focus on all businesses and not just tourism, financial management, making sure that everyone follows the rules, continued assistance from government, and make our towns destinations in their own right. And I think the recovery package amounts are of really good value, something that people can really do something with and can actually reach a lot of people. And yeah, I'm really pleased to see that both the economic and social recovery programs will have reference groups. And that's that continued commitment to actually engage with community and the democracy that we're in. So I want to congratulate the recovery team for doing a really great job around this. And yeah, I can see it's going to be really great. So, Councillor Bird, do you have any closing remarks? Oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor Doyle. I was on the wrong page. My apologies. Deputy Mayor Doyle.
Yeah, that's okay, Mayor. I was just about to butt in anyway. So I believe that there's going to be some more issues that are going to have to be covered in the community when the government's COVID packages cease.
Yeah.
They're going to create some, you know, like people are going to get anxious about what are they going to do when they haven't got that extra money and so forth. And I think that for the businesses that are claiming it, when it stops, how are they going to progress without it? So I think that's going to be another issue that we're going to come across in the community. We spoke about this today with Bendigo Bank and domestic violence. There's going to be that they're anticipating that they'll have spikes as well. So there'll be lots of things that we can do. And I know the team that the director there has working on this. They will have all that already covered, I'm assured. So yeah, they're doing a really good job, and we just need to, as councillors, support them in the community as much as we can. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I'll put the motion and will ask each councillor to state whether they are for or against the motion. And so Deputy Mayor Doyle.
I am for, Mayor.
Councillor Newell.
I'm for, Mayor.
Councillor Gibson.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Campbell.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Prince.
For, Mayor.
Councillor Bird.
For, Mayor.
Councillor O'May.
For, Mayor.
And the Mayor is for. That's all councillors present and the motion is carried. Thank you for that. Right, so it's that time again of the evening where we go into a closed meeting. I'd like to thank those that were viewing from home for watching live. And of course, this recording will be put up on our website for those that want to have a look later. And please remember that we're all in this together. And we can reduce the risk of contracting COVID-19 if we stick to the rules and of good hygiene and social distancing. It's going to be the best thing for our economy if we do, because it means our doors will remain open for business. So all the best to you and your families, and we'll see you next month. Thank you.